I think Daniel Johnson missed the point about sets in the chat.
I think that feeling, by the way, is common, Nick, which is why I bring it up. A lot of people are worried about.
Yeah, I understand.
But again, you got to remember where we are in the tournament right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. James, we are coming up to that money. I'm not suggesting you would never. He's all in.
Okay, so overbet, shoving for 74,000 into a pot of 50,500.
Yeah, I really like this line, honestly. I think this is how you do it. The 4 of clubs enables him to just go so crazy here, especially given the turn check from Antonius. I'm not saying you're always going to check the turn just to control the pot. I'm just saying the 10 is a very scary one because there are going to be some Jack-10 suiteds there that call pre-flop versus the 3-bet. A little bit of pot control never hurt nobody.
Now, Patrick wondering whether ace-high is actually the best hand.
It's actually a really good run out for ace-king, to be honest. This is not unreasonable. He could absolutely hero call with ace-king here. I think the shove might look weaker than the 40K bet that I was suggesting, too.
Yeah, that I can get behind.
Yeah.
It's just in general. I just don't know how often random Peruvian players just like bluff jamming river here. I think you'd be a really good player to consider this, right? And just like have an incredible fortitude to just like think about calling this off. But really, really, how often is someone risking their tournament life on a total air ball here after playing it this way? It's not 50-50. I know players are supposed to be balanced, but they are not. Like, what are the ace queen? Name some more. I know there's probably more. What? Queen, king, queen?
I think king, queen likes to bet the turn here, probably, when they pick up the equity and there's an overcard.
So let's name the hands that Patrick's beating.
I don't know. I think king, queen might actually pot control as well. It really depends. It's close. It's an interesting pot. That's why there's so many opinions in the chat right now.
And we are at a point where the shot clock is not in play unless someone calls time on Patrick Antonius. He can think about this for as long as he wants.
I mean, not even time calls time on Patrick Antonius. Look at his face.
Good fold, Patrick Antonius.
Good fold, buddy.
Pot shipped to Diego Cuela.
Yeah, I feel like you lost the minimum there.
The Peruvian now playing 124,000, which is an above average stack. Average right now is 100K with 676 players remaining. Back at the feature table, Noah has raised with nines. Joubert has called out of the small blind. Actions on Chino Rheem in the big. No, it's not a call from Joubert. It's a re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 14.5K with ace-10.
I don't imagine he's going to be folding nines, but I'm interested to see how he responds to the 3-bet. It's a really, really awkward stack depth here. Noah started the pot here with 60 big blinds. I know a lot of people that really, really struggle with this stack depth. Between 40 and 60 can be a really, really tricky, effective stack to start the pot. I'm assuming he calls here. He does indeed, and we're going to the flop.
A lot of love for Spraggy from people watching on YouTube as we see Noah Boeken flop a set of nines. A lot of people asking for Spraggy to come to the feature table. Tell you what, guys, once Spraggy claws his way into the money, we'll bring him to the feature table with his 8 big blind stack just in time to see him go broke.
Hold on a second. Hold on. just in time to see him ladder and then go broke.
Yeah, the min plus cash.
Yes.
And then...
Oh, the level of disrespect as we see Boeken flopping his set of 9s here. Ace-10 does check flop. Probably aware of the fact that this board is not one where he gets tons of folds as a c-bet, and I like that. I like the control from Gilbert. It's time to bet, though. Keep it small. Keep all those ace-high, king-highs in, buddy. 32,000 in the pot to begin with, and he's going to use a 12,500 size. I like that. I really like the size, guys.
I like when Nick likes the size.
If Nick's happy, I'm happy.
Hey, this size feels right.
And he's going to take it down.
Yeast says, you pronounce it Boeken. Guess how else you pronounce it? You banned.
You banned. Yeah, I thought so. All right, hand number 27.
Yeah, still at the 1,500 blind level.
I like this blind level. This is nice. This goes to show you what a beautiful structure we have here in Barcelona. Very small increments increasing.
Just like the Sagrada Familia. Beautiful structure.
Beautiful structure. Still not done. It's still taking a while to complete.
Can always be improved.
All right, this time with a more reasonable hand. Ace-10 suited here from UTG +1, making it 3,500 to go. And in the big blind, Cuellar decides to come up with 10-9 off.
Yeah, does have a gut shot, as does Chino Rheem. Ace high still the best hand, and that's a continuation bet from Chino.
Oh, man, a queen would be so savage in this setup. Lots and lots of combinations that make two pair when you would turn a straight with 9-10. Ace-10 making the better straight. It would be pretty gross if we saw it.
Syntax asked a question about that hand between Chino Rheem and Noah Boeken when Chino announced that he'd flopped a jack. Isn't the hand supposed to be dead since he's announced his holding, or is this allowed in heads up? There's a lot more leeway when the hand is heads up, but also in that particular context, Noah Boeken had made a bet on the river, and Chino was just considering whether he was going to call it. So saying at that point, I flopped a jack, isn't really in any way influencing the action.
I think it's a good question to ask, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a bit of a gray area in that case,
It is.
I would say. And I do like when we sort of judge people's actions based on their intent rather than...
Yeah, like a hard, fast rule.
Yeah.
I think the other thing to add there is probably just that in a cash game, there's even more additional gray sort of area leeway in my experience, right? Especially if you're playing amongst people that you kind of know and there's a mutual respect. You can usually talk a little bit more liberally about what's going on and people don't get too...
And it's infinitely more entertaining for him to talk about it than not talk about it. So for that reason, I'm glad it lived.
Well, we see Cuellar pair is 9 on the river.
Domination rotation. Going to continue. There was 29,500 in the pot. Rheem decides to bet 30,000 approximately pot.
And so now it's up to Cuellar to decide whether a 9 is good enough. What is that, third pair with the 4s on board to make this call?
Yeah, I feel like this is a great line from Ace-10.
Yeah.
I think it's going to work a lot of the time here. Let's not forget that this open was from UTG +1, so plenty of King X, Jack X, overpair set situations going on here. Queen 10, sure. That's even in there too. So, you know, the 9 isn't even necessarily going to be a great river for the 9-10.
Oh, I thought he was asleep.
Folds the best hand. The pot goes to Chino Rheem.
You know when you almost hero called him?
Huh?
When you almost hero called this guy?
Was that good?
What?
Please. 4 jacks?
Thank you.
He wanted to
I
call him
almost
with a
gave you a
9.
gift.
This idiot. But he's not desperate.
First I said I'm going to fold the turn. And I was like, maybe I'm still good. Ace, queen, ace, 10, something like this. Then the river. And I was like, fuck it, let him have it. Ace, 10.
But what did you have this hand? Did you have it?
No.
Jack 3 again.
Yeah, but he didn't have it either.
Queen 8 of clubs here, raised to 3.5K. Seems to be the size of this table so far. Pretty standard opening. However, Cuellar loves to play big hands. Suddenly wakes up with ace king here on the button.
Yeah, and to answer Ryu's question, yes, I think after the break we probably will get the payouts, or pretty soon into the next level. I imagine they will confirm what exactly we will be playing for in this EPT Barcelona main event.
Every time someone asks, I think we should make them wait another 5 minutes.
Just banned for 5 minutes.
Like, we have the info, we're just not telling them.
Yeah, if there's one thing we like to do in the stream as a production, have the information you guys want and just withhold it for no reason at all.
It's not like we won't want to talk about whatever massive prize pool this is going to be.
Pretty sure it's not going to be down to us. Pretty sure Toby Stone will be sharing that information with the entire room pretty soon.
As soon as he's done counting all those coins.
Hello, hello, what's this?
Here we go. Here, this is some 2005 poker.
4-bet to 31,000.
Okay.
Like, does this work sometimes? Does this work? Remember, people aren't very balanced with their 4-bets? Like,
We were literally just saying that, weren't we? And here he is, playing back with the Queen 8 of clubs.
I mean, this does look so strong.
It does indeed.
also, like, at this stage, this stack, can you just flat ace king?
Well,
Oh, it did not work.
all in, said Cuellar, presented with the triangle and a quick fold from Noah Boeken
You take my
with
chip,
the
you
Queen
give
8.
the little kid.
Hey, 2005, thanks for coming.
All right,
Well,
Savio,
like
this
same
is your
spot as
moment.
yesterday.
Never
Yeah, it
too
was
late
good.
for good food.
Fold. The Jables. Makes it 4,000. Cuellar folds ace deuce. Oh, because cellular is wireless,
that's
can
a
we not
3-bet.
say he had a wired pair of tens there?
No, it's
Yes,
not.
we could,
It's a
John.
call. Oh, it is
3-bet.
Oh, it's
From Chino,
a big one, too.
pocket eights.
I think this is the. I mean, I guess I'm being results oriented because I know Savio has jacks, but you know, you hate to 3-bet fold here
Yeah.
against a 37 big blind stack. But you have seen Savio prepared to flat with ace-6, and maybe. That's the problem. It's just Chino's like now he's just asking for a count. It's like, why didn't you have a game plan to start the hand?
His game plan was to ask for a
This
count.
doesn't feel good.
It shouldn't feel good. Hobie says, I should have just called.
Giumas says, such a bad 3-bet. He probably thought he had ace-6 again.
72?
56 more.
This doesn't feel good. This feels bad.
Sorry, thank you.
Wish I just called.
There it is.
Got him, boys!
Chino makes the call and has gotten in pretty bad here.
I mean, in his defense, you do see somebody play a6 offsuit in a spot where you don't see it very often, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, look, he got information.
yeah.
It just happened to backfire on him in this
friend.
particular case.
Sorry.
Here's the plan. The backup plan is to hit an
Sorry.
8.
Yes.
Good luck.
That's the real plan. And the flop is 8 in the window. He apologized. He apologized, Lex. I mean, at least he apologized. This is a shame. No backdoor outs for Savio. 2 outs and 2 outs only. And I'm being told by chat it was the case 8.
Told it.
No.
There
Thing, if I
goes
call, you go-
Savio.
Wish I just called, but
You just wanted to make sure all the money went in.
I just want to make sure all the money goes in.
Chino doing Chino things and Chinoing the ream out of someone.
I love how Chino says, well, I mean, what's the
window.
difference if I would have called, all the money would have gone in anyway.
Yeah.
Like a little needle,
He
you
just
know?
wanted to make sure.
It's almost like he took the apology back once he saw the
Yeah,
flop.
exactly, yeah.
Like, sorry, why you say sorry?
He wasn't sure if the
there's
turn
the-
and river was going to be safe, so he wanted to make sure all the money got in pre.
Yeah.
Now he's taking the fall, bro. He's mad.
Just your typical one-outer.
He took 2 phones.
You've been reamed.
Wasn't happy.
I'll play the PLO.
Good luck in the PLO, sir.
How many they got in this
Wish I
PLO?
could play that.
Is that a common needle as
care.
people are leaving? Good luck in the PLO.
Yeah, I used to sometimes, there would be some people like, for instance, if you bust a big tournament and somebody will just like, good luck at the roulette tables, you know, something like that. You know. It's,
Wonderful. Love to write, reminding us Finton calls pocket 8s the hottest hand in the game.
yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
We used to say that years ago, that 8s were the easiest to make a set than any other pocket pair.
Snowmans?
Yeah. The snowmans. Nom nom.
Nom nom.
Bruno says if he didn't play that A6, he'd probably still be in the tournament.
Yeah, if you didn't win the pot with a6, you'd be in, buddy. Yeah. That's kind of funny.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
We might be seeing 2 old school brawlers taking it to the streets. 3-bet Patrick Antonius. And there's your 4th ace. Ace-6, oddly. Folded this time. No, with ace-10 suited. Not likely to give it up.
40 big blinds. Deep.
Doesn't feel like a shipperoonie. Oh! Oh!
Wow.
Does give it up.
Yeah, I was going to say it's tight.
Bad
but
was it?
It's so tough when you're on a table like this with
Bad.
2 strong, aggressive players, a lot of chips, because
Well, you-
kind of feel like oh, this isn't really where I want
That
to
I
battle.
believe.
I had a very pretty
Yeah.
hand.
The levels are so long.
8-9 suited.
I think that was kind of like maybe a bit too strong to fold, but
Ace
all the
10
same, it's just like it really isn't that many notches higher
One
than
time
like,
I had
what
the
he should be
8-9 of
folding.
diamonds
So
versus
Yeah, true.
it's just like maybe
First
he's
time was
deviating a
ace-jack, the
bit to
second hand was
like
8-9 of
keep
diamonds.
himself in the tournament and play
Second
against some
hand,
maybe
3-bet me.
weaker opponents.
Yeah, and it's also,
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
Problem, if I
Chino's-
call and I make a hand, he's not going to pay me anything, this guy.
Well, that's the really good point. He actually did our job for us there. Noah Boeken remarking, maybe shouldn't say exactly what, because he's basically saying, if I make a hand against Antonius, I don't think I'm getting paid. But I think the implication is also that, like, maybe Chino's going to punt it off to me eventually, right? He's really the guy I'm prepared to maybe, because Chino's 3-betting the 8-5 suited and this and that, where ace-10 suited is going to play pretty well against those ranges, but Antonius is going to mix in some light 3-bets, but that ace is there,
What'd you have to say?
Sure.
So I finally made a good play.
Not a good hit?
I mean, what, but you had 9. Huh?
Yeah, I had 9. What would you have?
I mean, what?
I believe you, of course. I know it's okay. It's fine.
Poor Kovalchuk with that, like, what am I doing here? Look, there for a second. I know that feeling. When you rebuy on a day 2 or something in a pretty big buy-in, and you're just things, you don't get that early momentum. It just feels like, this is tough.
Yeah, I started day 3 once in a 10K, and I busted the first hand.
Yeah.
And it was like a massive spot, and I got bad beat. I felt like I just torched, like instead of 10,000, I just felt like I torched 40,000 or something.
I rebought on, I think, day 2 of the 25K Euro in Monte Carlo once, the biggest buy-in I ever played. And I was convinced to rebuy by my backer back then. And I think I came in with 25 big blinds, and I kind of like made a bit of a loose shove over an open and a call with like 6s or something. It was out in the second hand. I was just like, oh no.
Yeah, it's the worst.
It was just, oh no.
Weller and Guro taking a flop here. 1 heart for Guro. Ace. Jack still ahead-ish. No longer. We are cruising toward a chop.
Uh-oh.
Lex, now's your time to get out of here if you want.
Yeah, I honestly, when you said that, I was like, wow, I gotta bounce.
You can just leave if you want. It's fine.
You either have to go or
participate.
participate.
If you stay, you have to participate.
Yeah.
You can't just be, you can't have a mic in your mouth and not say it and not do it.
All right, guys, I'll see you next time. Bye.
Lex is genuinely leaving. Gonna bounce for the last 5 minutes of the level.
A man of principle. You kind of admire it.
Hold on a second. If someone bets and the other person folds, you might have to come back for the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's true. If there is a bet in the fold, there can't be though, right? Yeah, you gotta wait. You're not getting off the hook that easy.
Lex is literally standing in the doorway. Okay, 1 check.
Goel will never bluff here. Okay, we got to look at him when we do it, okay?
Oh, yeah, you do have to make eye contact with us.
Yeah.
Check, check on the river. This hand will end at a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Show me what you've got to lose. Show me a better path to choose. I'm crying, I can feel your pain, and all I got to say is that we're all the same. So this is where you belong. This is where you belong. Yeah, this is where you belong. This is where you belong.
Welcome to Barcelona and Season 12 of the European Poker Tour. This 5K main event is the biggest in EPT history, with 1,694 entrants and a prize pool in excess of €8.2 million. half of that has already been paid out, with nearly 240 players cashing at Casino Barcelona over the last few days. But there's still more than 4 million up for grabs at the final table, as 8 players compete for the first trophy of the season and a top prize of 1.4 million euros. For poker legend John Duthie, that prize would represent his biggest cash, and the title would be his greatest achievement.
I think EPT is more prestigious and better than the other tournaments. If I go on to win, it will be the biggest tournament I will ever have won.
Juanda won't have it easy. His competitors include a Danish pro who's already won an EPT. Today, Fredrik Jensen seeks title number 2.
I couldn't really grasp how big that would be, but to win a second EPT, that would be amazing.
Jensen first tasted victory here in Spain. Local hero Mario Sanchez wants to repeat that success and become the first Spanish player to win on home soil.
Pues es realmente con tanto apoyo me he dado cuenta que sí que, o sea, que es importante representar a España.
Meanwhile, Amir Tuma, an amateur already guaranteed his biggest live score to date, aims to become our third Lebanese champ.
Of course I want to win, everybody likes to win, but I'm happy with making the final table.
British host live with Steve Warburton. He's a regular face on the tour, and he expects to have the support of many of his countrymen.
There's been some notoriously good British rails, especially in EPTs. I want as much noise and as much fun as possible.
You can never discount the online qualifiers. Both Rainer Kempe and Andreas Samuelsson are determined to make their mark.
Win one of those main events. It's what I've been trying to do the last 3 or 4 years.
But the man they're all chasing is Ukrainian cash specialist Denis Shafikov. He has the biggest stack, 33% of the chips in play, and a steely demeanor. Who will win the biggest EPT ever? So here's the lineup at the first final table of Season 12 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
Wow, Shafikov's got all the chips, and he's in a great spot to bully these kids for even more of their lunch money. Warburton and Jensen aren't in the danger zone, but their stacks are awkward.
Blinds 80,000, 160,000. With a 20,000 ante, action's been folded to John Juanda, who has ace-king.
Ace-king for Johnny Hotel Juanda. Big slick, one of the best in the game for one of the best in the game.
We're in the second half of 2015, and this is Juanda's first tournament of the year.
Yeah, he even skipped the World Series this year.
Juanda raises to 320,000. Sanchez and Jensen have both folded. Andreas Samuelsson, playing EPT Barcelona for the 5th consecutive year, has queens in the cutoff.
Well, this is about to get uglier than a low-angle selfie. Hashtag no filter.
Samuelsson re-raises a 3-bet to 740k. Shafikov, Tuma, they've both folded. Rainer Kempe in the big blind. He's passed. It's back on Juanda.
John's got a hand where he's going to want to see all 5 cards.
He re-raises. He 4-bets to 1.48 million.
And Samuelsson's got a hand he could never, ever fold.
Come on, then.
Samuelsson shoves, and Juanda calls all in. We're going to flip. A classic race, arguably the sickest of them all.
Classic because it's classic, sick because there are millions of euros on the line.
Juanda at risk and behind. And that's a safe flop for queens. Juanda now a 3-1 underdog.
Flops like this are the reason why Juanda wants to see all 5 cards.
9 on the turn, and Juanda is going out in 8th place unless a king or an ace hits the river. He has 6 outs. There's an ace! Juanda doubles up.
Hurts so much more when it happens on the river.
You've got a feel for the Swede losing that flip and left with just 12 big blinds.
You were having last night? No, don't tell me now, but we tell each other later.
Yeah. No worries, John. Yeah.
Of course, cannot tell now.
Juanda is referring to the last hand of day 5. He made a huge laydown to Steve Warburton.
It was the final hand of the day, and I was in the big line with pocket kings.
That is a 4-bet from Juanda.
The action went back to Steve.
Warburton shoves.
It was a tough hand for me to play because in a tournament I have to consider the pay jump and the short stacks.
Steve displaying the red triangle of death to his rail.
Let it go, John.
He's got Juanda covered. This is all in to call.
I was leaning toward calling, and then I talked to him. You know, I said I was gonna fold if you move all in, but then...
I have a face that's very difficult to fold to. Nobody folds to this face.
And he just seemed so confident. You can only have ace king or aces.
That's a strong range. You said I could only have aces or ace king?
Yes. The more he talked, I thought the chances of him having aces were higher. Either you're a really good talker or you're like...
I just whatever.
Come on, show it to me.
I got a good hand. I've just put 5 million chips in. Obviously I got a good hand.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I did not sleep very well last night. I played it over and over again in my head, and after I had much more time to think about it, I was like, you know, I think the chances of him having ace king was probably much higher than I originally thought.
I know this phrase is overused, but folding kings there, I can't even.
Well, Juanda mentioned the pay jump to 137k for the next man out, 1.4 million for the winner. Well, the action's been folded to John. He passes.
Look at aces. I haven't seen them for a long, long time.
Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't just have aces and fold them?
King Jack suited for Mario Sanchez. He raises. Ace King for Fredrik Jensen.
At this stage, you're really not afraid of getting more chips in pre-flop with Ace King, especially when you're the one betting and raising, not the one calling.
He 3-bets to 910k. Samuelsson's out. Shafikov has folded. Tuma has passed.
Chop pot t-shirt.
Kempe gets out of the way. It's back on Sanchez. The first Spaniard since Samuel Rodriguez in season 9 to make the final table of this event.
Huh. Well, even though he's out of position and even though he could easily be dominated, I think peeling a flop here is actually fine.
Cool.
Heads up to the flop.
Sanchez is also kind of a superstar online.
Well, Jensen is still ahead with ace high and a couple of backdoors. Action's been checked to him. And he checks behind. Well, that is an interesting card. Sanchez is now open-ended. Jensen has a gut shot and the nut flush draw.
Now, I know Mario thinks he's going to be semi-bluffing here, which he is. But when Jensen 3-bets pre-flop and then checks back the flop, his queen just crushes his range.
Sanchez has bet 950,000.
950?
And he's also pretty likely to have a big spade that he's never folding. My eyes aren't so great anymore, James. Does he have a big spade he's never folding?
He does indeed, and he has called Sanchez's bet. And that is the sickest possible river card. Sanchez makes a straight, but Jensen has the nuts. It's been checked to the EPT 8 Madrid winner.
Fredrik is gonna bet here, but unless it's something teeny tiny, I think this should be an easy fold.
All in.
He shoves on Sanchez. Mario is covered here. It's all in to call.
Spanish Lance Corporal Hicks is in a really bad spot here. With 4 spades out there, it's a nuts or air type situation, but it's going to be nuts way more often.
The 4 flush board might save him.
Call.
It doesn't. He calls it off.
It's game over, man. It's game over.
Aces. Yeah. Straight.
Thank you. Okay.
Mario Sanchez unable to follow in the footsteps of the most recent EPT champ, Adrian Mateos.
See you. Bye.
The last remaining local out in 8th place, cashing for just over 137,000 euros.
No, I just realized his online handle is lost to River. Maybe he should have made it Binkton Barcelona.
Stick river.
Yeah, what a river.
Nothing gets by that Juanda except occasionally kings.
Fredrik Jensen now second in chips and eyeing his second EPT title. After losing the last remaining Spaniard, Mario Sanchez, the carnage has continued at the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona final table. John Duthie eliminated Amir Tuma in the very next hand. And now, short stack Andreas Samuelsson is all in, and Steve Warburton has woken up with a monster.
Pretty good hand.
He calls with aces, and Samuelsson's on the verge of elimination.
I call is still kind of a slow roll. Just kidding, but a little bit of a slow roll. Hang in there, Spike Haxton.
He's got a hand I've not seen yet, and I've got the best hand in poker.
You've got Jack 10 on.
Currently.
Samuelsson has Jack 10, a 17% chance of survival.
Hey, I'll take a sweat. I'm having such a good time. Of like a Queen 8-4.
Not that it matters, but it's the ace of diamonds. Here comes the flop. Top set for Steve.
That's a pretty good flop.
A gut shot for Samuelsson.
9 ball.
Okay.
Swedish qualifier survives with a queen on the river. It's a 7.
It is always coming 7.
Good luck.
Come on, Steve. Come on, Steve.
Let's go.
Good luck.
Unlucky, buddy. Good game.
Nice. 4 bluff.
Nice one, Rolf.
Ace.
Good luck, John.
Sick. What a life, yeah? What a life. I looked down at 1 ace, I was like, how much is it? Oh, never mind.
First the Von Trapp family, then Andreas Samuelsson. Sad.
He cashes for more than $250,000 and will be consoled by his girlfriend, Farah.
Maybe he can at least get her a real purse now. Plastic bag.
Steve's being railed by his girlfriend, Jess.
Sitting right next to Rebecca America and Julia Belgium.
So we're 5-handed now, and the blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 25,000 ante. Actions on Rainer Kempe. He folds the button. Steve Warburton has another monster. Kings in the small blind.
Warburton, this guy's running like the war horse.
Raises to $500,000. Ace-9, the hand for Juanda in the big blind.
Even though we know John folded a monster to this guy before, that was a totally different situation and not an ace in the big blind.
Juanda defends. 6 trade deuce flop. Steve now an 85% favorite with his overpair. He continues for 375,000.
John's in a position now, though, where calling this flop bet is pretty reasonable with ace-9 high.
He does call. The turn card is a jack. Steve an even bigger favorite now.
Yeah, this is a pretty sweet board for kings. There's nothing really to freak out about here. And there is lots to value bet about.
$850,000 into nearly 1.9 million. Once again, Juanda calls.
John thinks Steve's going to be barreling there a high percentage of the time, no matter what. And that call makes sense, too.
So now we've got more than 3.5 million in the middle. And Juanda catches a piece on the river, second pair on board.
That card is just terrible for John Juanda. Now he's beating a lot more bluffs and maybe even some thin value bets. I think Rolf's about to deliver a value-gram.
Nearly 1.8 million.
Something tells me no matter what happens in this hand, Matty DeMulder and Fraser McIntyre are going to have a drink about it.
Juanda calls! And Warburton wins a huge pot.
Hey, John, remember yesterday when you folded kings to him? Yeah.
Warburton now with a stack of 13.9 million. He is second in chips. And not only does he have Matty de Mulder on his rail, the two are actually sharing an apartment here in Barcelona.
That's the first time I've been to Barcelona. There's a group of us, 5 or 6. Matty was in charge of booking the accommodation. The apartment is not very luxurious. We call it the orphanage because it's pretty grotesque.
It's not as bad as they say it is.
Kind of dirty.
I actually kind of like it out there.
We have cockroaches in the bathroom and the kitchen. And
gives it more like an adventurous touch to it, doesn't it?
You know, it's just horrible, really.
To be honest, it looked a lot better on the pictures. You can never take English for their words, you know, they moan.
I'm British, I moan quite a lot.
It was me booking it, but Steve was there as well, so you shouldn't blame all on me.
Matty de Mulder will never be booking my accommodation ever again.
To be fair, most of us look better in our photos online.
Well, in this hand, there has been an under-the-gun raise from Rainer Kempe, who has ace-king. It's been folded to Denis Shafikov, who's got king-queen suited in the big blind. And he has re-raised a 3-bet to 900,000.
Yeah.
Kempe, the qualifier, responds by shoving. Oh, Dennis, what have you done to yourself? Why did you have to 3-bet?
Now you gotta call it off with one of the best post-flop hands in the deck.
Shafikov calls. And sees that he is dominated. Kempe in a great spot here to double up through the chip leader.
Domination Nation in Germany is looking good.
The flop has not one but 2 queens on it. Trips for Shafikov.
That is gross. That is grosser than the underside of my driver's seat.
Rainer Kempe needs to see something on the turn. Oh, he's drawing dead.
The Rainer is over.
Out in 5th place. He qualified for 320 euros. He cashes for more than 320,000. That's pretty good.
Really? All right, stop it.
Mainly a cash game player, so guaranteed the biggest result of his tournament career here in Barcelona.
He's going to move up on that hotly contested Ukraine all-time money list. Nice.
Four-handed with blinds now 125, 250 with a 25k ante. Steve Warburton under the gun with pocket fours. He raises to 500,000. King Jack for John Juanda on the button.
With John stacking a pretty wide opening range from Warburton, I think this has got to go in.
All in.
He shoves. Frederick Jensen has folded. Shafikov's woken up with ace-king suited in the big.
He could re-raise, but calling's probably better.
He does just call.
Leaves himself room to fold to a shove from Warburton.
Steve looking back at his hand. He calls as well. So Juanda is all in and at risk, and there's the potential of action on the side between Shafikov and Warburton.
Bad news, he's dominated. Good news, he wins, he triples up.
And Juanda has flopped best, pairing his jack.
Great flop for him.
Check, check between Shafikov and Warburton. Deuce on the turn. Juanda now an 88% favorite to triple up. Check to the river. And Juanda's going to get that triple up.
Boom.
Check to showdown.
There's a reason we call him Luck Box Juanda, and that's because he picked it as his handle, but he's also kind of lucky sometimes.
Up to 8.1 million.
You guys are lucky for me.
It was nice of Samuelsson and his girlfriend to stick around.
Everyone here in Barcelona thrilled to see John Juanda back at a poker table.
I actually haven't been playing any tournament this year. I basically made a bunch of prop bets with my friends. We're talking about pull-ups, and then he was like, okay, I'll bet you cannot do 20. We also have a running bet and a Japanese language proficiency bet. That bet was as big as the first prize for this tournament. Then I decided to cancel all my tournament schedule. I dedicated myself to training and study. We finished the bet. I wanted to go out and play poker. Poker is not so different from maybe other sports or game of skills. Being away from the game for so long definitely hurt me, and hopefully I can play well and not make too many mistakes. If I go on to win this tournament, it'll be the biggest tournament I will ever have won.
Those abs, though. I wish one of my friends would pay me $1 million to get a sick body.
Elke's now on the rail. He's good friends with John Juanda.
You know, Elke is Sacha Baron Cohen's best character ever.
Action here is on Juanda. He folds. Fredrik Jensen on the button with 10s, raises to 500k.
More like Fredrik Tensen.
Aces for Shafikov.
I don't think he'll tank too hard when he gets shoved on this time.
He 3-bets to 1.45 million. Steve folds.
All in.
Jensen shoves, and Shafikov calls.
Shafikov got pretty lucky with King-Queen before. Jensen's going to need to get luckier.
Not looking good for the former EPT champ. Shafikov, a huge favorite.
Fredrik Tensen is going to need to be Fredrik Tensen.
The flop is Jack 7-6. Shafikov an even bigger favorite now. There is nothing on the board for Jensen to get excited about. A king on the turn, and the Dane's two-time dream is practically dead. Only a 10 saves him. 10 on the river!
Wow.
What a reaction from Jensen.
He did it.
Come on.
I don't know what kind of boys from Brazil thing they got going on over there, but those dudes all look identical.
Jensen up to 9.8 million. He now has more than Shafikov, the start of day chip leader.
Nice hand, Red.
It got a little exciting.
Cracking aces in the biggest EPT ever? Pretty exciting.
Lines are up to 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante. Actions on Fredrik Jensen. He folds. Shafikov on the button. There's Queen 10. And he shoves with it.
Blinds are huge. It's pretty standard.
Round to John Juanda in the big blind. Ace-6.
A call would also be pretty standard mathematically.
Looks like they want me to call.
Of course they do.
I have to call.
Yes, you do.
Shafikov at risk and behind, but he does have 2 live cards. The flop sees Juanda pair his 6. Shafikov still with live cards. He survives by hitting a queen or a 10. 6 outs for the Ukrainian. Juanda rivers trips, and Shafikov is heading off for the exit.
Shafikov gets the Shafikov.
He starts the day as chip leader and will no doubt be disappointed with his 4th place finish. His consolation prize, 405,000 euros.
Sometimes you eat the bear, sometimes the bear eats you.
You guys want to look at numbers? Don't get carried away, John.
Yeah, I guess we can do that.
Have a look. You can always say no, right? You know?
No, I don't really care. Yeah, we can take a look.
Just take a look. Yeah, we're going to take all the numbers.
Yeah. Can you call the floor, please?
So the final three are about to discuss a potential deal. It'll be interesting to see how they propose breaking down the remaining prize money based on those chip stacks. Tournament director Toby Stone is at the table.
You pay 30. I pay like 32 and a half. You pay like 37 and a half, maybe.
You're the squeezer.
No. That's like the most fair way to do it.
All right. Can I just ask? Yeah,
just be quick. Be quick.
Geraldo, quick. We've got like 2 minutes. This is pretty complicated, but we're going to do ICM. All right, but they've got to take out like 100 and 120.
Got to take out 100.
Got to take out 100. So they're basically suggesting that they take 37 and a half off mine, 30 off Fred's, and what off his 32.
32 and a half and 37 and a half.
So basically, I'm basically giving up to them.
If you're wanting to do a literal fair ICM 3-way chop, then the remaining money, because you start with more chips, you should give up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Our prize money is is bigger than his.
Mr. Juanda, listen to me. I will accept the deal if you buy the first round of drinks.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah, all right. Shake my hand. We got a deal?
They did it! Slightly more even than the advertised payouts. They're guaranteed those numbers on the left, with the winner getting an additional 100,000 euros.
John the Squeezer Juanda, we're going to call it for now.
Now, if you could just sign in blood right there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so...
Yeah, let's go.
Let's carry on, guys.
Sure. Now we can make some noise. Come on.
Gotta be a great feeling to have all that money locked up.
Of course, there's still the title and the trophy on the line.
They were worried about this lasting too long based on what happened last year.
Yeah.
Last year's tournament still has not concluded.
Action on Juanda. He folds. Aces for Fredrik Jensen. He raises small to big, 850k. Jack 10 of clubs for Steve Warburton.
Super easy hand to defend in the big blind. Not super easy to crack aces with, though.
And not super easy to commentate with all that nonsense going on in the background.
Oh, come on. They're just having fun.
Interesting flop. Jensen's ace is still good. Warburton has an open-ended straight draw.
Pretty good flop for aces, but one more spaders. Will you guys knock it off?
I knew you'd see things my way sooner or later.
Is it 9? Is it 9? 9.
They've got the wrong musical.
Steve calls the c-bet of 900k. 6 of spades on the turn. Changes nothing.
Jensen probably was hoping to see a not spade there. And it looks like we're about to see a bluff on a free flush board.
A bet of 1.3 million.
I don't think Warburton can rep a flush super easy here.
The bet quickly called by Jensen.
I like the way Jensen's playing this, trying to induce bluffs and not get raised off his hand.
Well, the board is bricked out for Steve. He's left with just jack high. Jensen has checked to him for a second time.
Wise.
And Steve does not try to bluff again. He checks behind.
Also probably wise.
Wow.
One more time.
That's on.
Was it a good check?
I do not think Steve was calling you jack high.
And Fredrik Jensen is now closing in on the chip lead.
Madrid, that was memorable because I played the heads up there perfectly and ended up winning it. To stand with the trophy and with all the money and just this feeling that you beat everybody else and there's no room for disappointment at all because you did the best. I was just so relieved ending up winning it. It was an amazing feeling. To win a second EPT, I couldn't really grasp how big that would be, but it It would be an amazing feeling, and I'm looking forward to experiencing it.
Oh, there's another Danish EPT winner on the rail, Yannick Rang.
Did he? Did he leave a message?
Fraser McIntyre supporting Steve. He was the runner-up to Jensen in Madrid.
At least when Ronaldo comes back, he's got that as well.
Oh, just give us the whole FC. It's like tradition.
Yeah, we're going to red one. We're going red to Barca tradition.
And EPT 10 Barcelona champ Tom Middleton is another Steve Warburton supporter.
I think drinking is more the tradition. The hats are just a side effect.
Pocket 10s for Steve. Blinds now 200, 400. That's a raise to 800,000. Queen 8 for Fredrik Jensen.
Three-handed. This is a perfectly okay hand to defend with. Time to get swifty in here.
Jensen flops best. Top pair.
Real swifty.
The action goes check, check. Another 4 on the turn. Jensen now a 95% favorite. He checks a second time.
A better queen would probably bet, but this is going to work out fine anyway for Jensen.
Delayed C-bet coming from Steve. 800,000.
Keep it on.
I thought the hats was a finish thing.
Nope, still just a drinking thing.
No, if he wins, it'll be epic. If he loses, I prefer it on John.
Jensen has called. And a third 4 on the river gives both players a full house. Jensen's is better. He checks a third time.
Even though we know Warburton's got the loser, this is a pretty tough spot to check back. Jensen's mostly going to have a 6 and ace highs.
A bet of 2.1 million quickly called by Jensen.
Walking in a world-be wonderland.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Hey, somebody wake up the Danes.
They're on it. They're on it.
Unlike that hat.
Jeg elsker bamsetemaet.
Burn the hat. Burn the hat.
The Danish rail has just ordered some cocktails. Looks like we're Russians.
The dude abides.
While Middy's in the doghouse.
At least put it on, mate. Like, it's disrespectful.
It's punishment now.
It's your punishment.
Your punishment is going to put it on.
It's your punishment for giving Steve the red hat.
Is that head tiny or is his head huge?
Blinds are now 250,000, 500,000. Around to Juanda in the small blind. Queen 7. He completes. Jensen with Jack 10 checks his option.
Once again, two very standard hands for this stage of the tournament.
Well, it's top pair for Jensen, second pair for Juanda. John checks.
You can't c-bet when you don't raise pre-flop, and besides, this is already a good hand to try to get the showdown.
Fredrik bets with the best hand, 600,000. And Juanda calls. The turn card is a queen. Juanda now with 2 pair and a commanding favorite.
That is a hell of a card for Juanda.
He checks a second time. Jensen bets a second time, 1.6 million.
Jensen wants Juanda to call with a 7, just not a 7 and another pair.
Juanda's not calling. He's raising. He check raises to 4.8 million.
Jensen should really only be calling here if he thinks Juanda's the type to run some kind of crazy bluff. I'm not sure he is in this spot.
Jensen calls the raise.
Juanda's certainly capable of semi-bluffing, but if you think that's the case, you should probably just check back.
12 million in the middle, and Juanda rivers a full house. He shoves on Jensen.
Great spot for John to shove. All the draws missed, so if he wants to make it look like he's got a busted draw, this is probably also exactly what he'd do. he's out! It was a hero call, and sometimes the hero dies at the end.
Good game. Good game, man.
We lose Fredrik Jensen.
Good game, man. Good game, man. All right. Good luck, guys.
Lots of chips for John Juanda. No second EPT title for the Dane.
Ah, they smoked.
And the Warburton rail is ready to partay.
It's not over yet, and Juanda has a monster chip lead. We're heads up at the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona, where poker legend John Juanda has a 4-1 chip lead over UK pro Steve Warburton. There's a sense of deja vu about this situation. In London 5 years ago, Juanda also held a 4-1 chip lead over another young Brit, David Van Ploeg.
Calling. Call.
Raise on him and call.
The nuts.
David chose ace.
John Juanda is on the verge of winning his first EPT title. He has to sweat a club, which will see Van Ploeg double up. Is John Juanda the third champion of EPT 7? No, it's a club on the river. The nut flush for Van Ploeg gives him the double up. And now it's David Van Ploeg who's on the verge of winning his first EPT title. David Van Ploeg could be crowned the winner of EPT London, and he is! The Scotsman has done it! Juanda, second in the high roller event 2 years ago, second in the main event in 2010. Can Juanda finally close it out? As the heads-up battle begins in this, the biggest EPT main event of all time. It's 39 million plays 11.6 million, with the blinds at 250,000, 500,000. And Juanda has raised the button with ace-6. Ace-king for Warburton. He shoves.
I got my lucky hand here. I busted the chip lead over this and...
Sorry?
I call.
And Juanda calls!
Well, this could be the first double up of a Warburton comeback.
Grab ace king v a6.
King your ring!
Steve, what you got?
Ace king v a6. Yep.
That's lucky, bro. That's really lucky.
Tom Middleton overcome with emotion.
Juanda has ace 6, really.
We got ace king v a6.
Of course, if Juanda gets lucky, it's all over. It's a low flop.
Spades are good. Spade is good.
Spades are good, but the board pairing again is good for Juanda.
Turn card is a 9.
We're just embracing it. Just embrace it.
Warburton only loses if a 6 hits.
If you've had too much to drink, the 9 might look like a 6.
Of course, a 6 gives Juanda the win. There are a few opportunities. The river card is a queen. Steve doubles up.
I think some of them were cheering before the card even came out.
Gotta make some noise now, come on. Yeah, I got it.
I think they were making plenty of noise before.
Quiet.
All right, now we got a game.
Got a battle now, Joe.
Now we got a game.
Indeed, it is almost even.
They really do got a game. Those stacks, though.
Ace-4, the hand for Warburton.
1 million.
He raises. We've only seen one of Juanda's cards, the Jack of Hearts.
My guess is if he's folding, he would have done it already.
He re-raises a 3-bet to 2.75 million.
27.
I don't think Steve's folding an ace pre-flop, but I also think he probably doesn't want to pile it in with a hand that could be totally dominated.
He calls in position. So 5.6 million in the pot already. And it's a jack high flop, so we know Juanda has the best hand with at least top pair.
C-bet incoming.
He continues for 3.2 million.
Should have thought about this hand.
And Steve folds. So Juanda gets some back and puts a bit of distance between them. And John's friend Eric Seidel has showed up to offer his support.
Pretending to be here to rail John, but really just super early for tomorrow's event. Have you seen the lines?
30 million plays 20 million. Blinds up to 300,000, 600,000. Juanda with queens. Raises to 1.2 million. Pocket eights for Steve.
This could be the one, ladies and germs. H is a monster heads up.
That's a re-raise. 2.6 million.
Eights is a monster and queens is such a big monster it could be played by Charlize Theron in dual roles.
Juanda responds with a 4-bet. He makes it 5.1 million. A shove.
Oh.
And a call. This could be it.
Wait. Oh, sick.
No one folded an 8.
Got it, John.
Hey, you are my lucky charm. I like that.
You got it.
My lucky charms are here. I cannot lose this one. Yay!
Yes, let's go.
Yo.
Juanda, a huge favorite.
Lady for the lady, yay!
A 4-1 favorite to win EPT Barcelona.
We need an 8. JP, shot for an 8. An 8.
6, 7, 7. 6, 7, 7.
7, 8.
Steve has 2 immediate outs. The flop. Jack 10 deuce.
King!
7.
This will go ballistic if an 8 comes.
It's an 8, like.
Deuce on the turn.
Who even runs this good?
Still 2 outs for Steve.
My lucky charms are here.
John Juanda takes it down unless there's an 8 on the river. It's a 9. Juanda is the champion.
John Juanda finally wins one.
Steve Warburton, the runner-up.
Love you, man. Try it.
Thank you. Yeah, what's the guy? He play well. Good guy, man. You play really good. All right. You ready to talk about the hand now?
Yeah. What do you have?
I put it kings to you.
What kings?
I had your bid, right?
Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds.
Yeah, I put you on ace king of aces. I told you, right?
I mean, if there's ever a spot to fold kings,
John might have folded kings and it might have looked ridiculous, but the ridiculous kings folder is about to lift an EPT trophy.
I folded kings with him yesterday and he had ace king.
Yeah, ace king?
Right.
But it's okay, you got him anyway.
I know, it worked out good.
Nice.
First round's on John. Everyone get down to the casino.
On my way. So after the deal that was agreed when we went three-handed, Steve Warburton gets 941,613 euros. John Juanda collects more than $1 million. He's the EPT 12 Barcelona champ.
John Juanda, you've finished second in an EPT high roller, second in an EPT main event. You've won so much in your career. You've finally won an EPT main event. Does this actually mean anything to you at this point?
Oh yeah, it means a lot to me. I mean, I've been playing poker for 18 years now, but you know, every time you win a big tournament of this magnitude, it's still, you know, you still get the rush, you know.
There it is, everybody. Let's get a big round of applause for EPT 12 main event champion John Juanda.
So John Juanda wins the biggest EPT of all time. overcoming a field of nearly 1,700 players to take the first trophy of Season 12. John Juanda.
Well, that was 2015 when the record was 1,700 players. In 2022, we have a new record, 2,294 entries in this year's main event. And we are continuing our coverage here on day 2 with world-famous bubble coverage now kicking off. We come back with 338 players still in the room. 327 will get paid. That's right, we are 11 eliminations off the money. Andre Marques, aka PT Fisherman, a WCOOP main event champion, is the biggest stack right now. He's going to be at the secondary feature table. Stefan Jedlicka and Ramiro Patron also in the top 5 right now. Let's look at the lineup on the main stage, our main feature table. Fans of the Spraggy will be delighted to see their man on the main stage. That's right, Benjamin Spragg from Team Pro is taking a place alongside Julian Martini, runner-up in PSPC 2019, UK Pro David Doherty, and some other characters who we'll get to know and love over the next 90 minutes or so. I am James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we welcome to our main event coverage, Maria Ho.
Hi there.
Sadly no longer in the main event, but always in our hearts and now in the booth.
Did I just hear in that clip somebody said the biggest EPT of all time?
That's what I said. That was then. This is now. This is the biggest EPT of all time. This is the record-breaking main event. This has a first prize of 1.7 million euros, with more than $1 million going to the runner-up. Min cash worth just shy of 9,000 euros, and that will be paid to 227 of the 338 remaining players. This is the prize money for the top spots. 6 figures for the top 10, bar the top 2. More than $1 million for the runner-up. 1.7 million for the winner. Total prize pool here in Barcelona of more than 11 million euros. Maria, coming here, did you expect the field to be this big? I know people thought it might break the record, but nearly 2,300 runners in a 5K?
I mean, I felt like the Estrellas main event obviously was a good indication that there were a lot of people out there wanting to play some poker. But of course, you know, this is a bit of a bigger buy-in. So I can't say that I expected it, but I'm not shocked. And it's good to know that live poker is alive and well.
To buy Rangers, just pay for them with a rake. You have to keep your cards in here permanently. Or?
Once they've been in, I think it'll pick them up and then you can chill.
The etiquette of RFID scanners on feature tables. As we see a raise from Teja Bremseth under the gun +1 has made it 12,000 with deuces. This guy's a pro. Gonzalo pro.
Oh, wow.
Played feature table before? No?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, if you guys signed him, he would be Team Pro.
So Mohamed Azati has ace-jack on the button, has a below-average stack, starts the hand with around 25 bigs, flats, and we have Pedro Neves in the big blind with Jack 4 suited. Average right now is 200k with 338 players remaining. I've got a couple of shorties at this table, including Bremseth, who will not be overly pleased with that board, but still bets it.
Yeah, it feels like he's somewhat committed to this hand and does get, you know, a hand with equity to fold. Just maybe felt really strong.
I will warn everybody, we did True Geordie the showdown earlier in the week. I was in this exact seat and I won. And I won a little trophy and everything.
So basically you steal all the luck of the seat.
No, the seat's still red hot, my friend. Red hot seat right there.
You have to be there till the end of the tournament.
Sorry?
You have to be there till the end to win it.
Yeah, and so I'm going to win. I'm going to be here in, what, 5 days?
He finished second.
Probably good luck with this.
Out of 6.
No. Still going strong, I promise.
Have a look down at his crotch.
Sure.
In our hearts, he finished second.
I do love the fact that Bremseth is a fan of poker and a fan of the 80s band Bros. Particularly likes the hit "I Owe You Nothing" and has gone to see Matt Goss's solo show at Caesar's Palace a few times. Hashtag fake fact. I mean about Bremseth being a fan, not Matt Goss having a show at Caesar's. He does. Did you know there was a Bros reunion recently?
I didn't know about Bros until about 15 seconds ago.
Same.
So Bros was a band made up of the Goss brothers and their friend. Matt Goss has a solo show at Caesar's. Luke Goss has appeared in a few movies, including Blade 2, I want to say.
Matt Goss?
And Luke Goss.
What talented
Wait
family.
a second. I think I went to a wedding with Matt Goss once. Is he a model?
I've heard of Matt Goss before.
He's a...
Pull the photo up.
He's listed on Google as a cantuator?
No, not Matt Goss' wife, Stapes. Why are you immediately going there?
That's what Google did. I didn't.
Doesn't even leave a chip behind. It's just like...
Nah, not even... No.
He's got an interesting face. Is that a Madame Tussauds wax figure, or is that the guy?
It looks like he belongs in The Great Gatsby.
I guess that's the guy. The Great Waxby.
Great Waxby.
I had that my whole time. I had like these caps on me for 4 days.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
on this table,
Yeah.
particularly, it is an issue. So do you by any chance have a...
Blinds are currently 2,000 to 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante. We've got a pro raising under the gun with Jack 7 of hearts.
This is never going to get old. Either never or immediately.
I approve of this open. I mean, if you just look at the other stacks, he's got them all well covered. So you do want to put a little bit of pressure, especially when we are close to the money.
Thank you, by the way, those of you confirming that Luke Goss was in Blade 2.
Yeah. Can you just get me a hoodie then?
Logo size is always a concern when we're filming for television.
Who can even remember what it said?
Julia Martini's like,
Reminds me of that James Franco meme from Buster Scruggs. First time.
Stanislav Rodlovchenko is the short stack here, 10 big blinds. Staring at the clock isn't going to make those players get eliminated any quicker. That wasn't too egregious. That was a relatively quick fold, actually. Stanislav, we salute you.
Do we stand Stanislav?
I mean, after that, I think it's worth considering for sure. I mean, I get it. Stalling is a part of the game, right? But, you know, at this point, you can't really blame those that are stalling. But of course, I think something needs to be done about it. Maybe we just need to change the rules.
I think like most of the
TDs.
problems in poker, we just keep complaining about it and do nothing.
Right.
I like this Bremseth guy. He seems real excited to be here.
Shadows on, boys, yeah.
Behave, will you? Showing off.
Well, you guys were begging for Spraggy all day. This is it. Really lighten up the stage.
Zati has the sevens. And he's going to make it 8,000. Fold it around to this pro in the small blind.
See it?
Yeah, looks good on you.
Yeah, thank you.
How should a pro play this, Maria?
Can you take off your patch?
Well, if I were a pro's pro,
Yeah.
I would definitely consider, putting pressure on a stack like 20 bigs right now, this close to the money. You can certainly consider 3-betting when you have an ace blocker, but fold, Fold is fine.
Yeah, fold's good.
It's just that there's not going to be that many hands at this point for that size that these players are going to be willing to go with. So why not abuse it? Just a little bit.
Okay. Oh.
He thought about it. Maybe next time he'll pull the trigger.
There you go.
I had this on a UK, like when UK IPT was televised, we had this before, like, where one of the Grosvenor pros was on it.
Oh, really?
Like, we just circumvented it by talking about how great the UKPT was for the full 2 hours. Like,
one table, one.
Spraggy folding fours in early position.
Mash for Fun says at least Spraggy isn't wearing that awful tracksuit. What you're not realizing is that he's got a tracksuit on under the sweatsuit he's wearing. Is Spraggy going to have to fold his way to the money? What's the stack at? 33 big blinds? Oh, boy. Yeah. Don't expect... What did you say earlier? Is that exact scenario about to play out in front of our very eyes?
We saw him do it at the PSPC. We saw him do it in EPT Monte Carlo. I have every reason to believe he will employ exactly the same strategy here in Barcelona.
Wow. Bremseth with the 4X open.
Every time.
Every hand.
4 in a row.
you're facing the 4X on the bubble, the first card you want to look at is a 2 of diamonds.
I just want to do good on TV. But you are slowed down now, yeah? You got some nerves or something. You don't like the spotlight?
Yeah, Julian's really rattled.
Yeah, totally lost it.
Good read.
If another hand I folded, you will say shame on you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
I had a bad feeling.
You had a bad feeling?
Yeah.
Okay. Look good on your feelings, huh?
Player.
Yeah. Learn a little bit, yeah.
So
Julian, if it all gets too much under the lights and everything, you need to take a moment. Just let me know, and I can tell you just take away from the table. It's no problem.
So we established earlier on when Chino was at this table that this is the exact same table, albeit with a new felt, where Chino won the PCA in 2019. Which means that was the table that was in the Bahamas that year. It's the same table that Julian Martini lost at.
I wonder if he's thinking about that at this very moment.
I mean, when I say lost, he still won millions of dollars.
Yeah, but in the moment, it really, really stings. I've never seen so many unhappy people to win a couple $1 million than when they finish
More
second in a
branding,
big
yeah.
tournament.
So Neves has opened with ace
Can't
queen.
stop this man.
Huh? No.
What's the pro way to play ace queen of clubs?
Yeah, I think you could go both ways with it. I think, you know, it's a very nice hand that you could flat with, but you could also 3-bet, mix it up occasionally. It looks like he is going for the ladder.
Stanislav, the short stack, folds. Small blind out. Big blind out.
You hate to be Neves in this situation, right? You know that the big stack at the table is going to apply a lot of pressure, but you don't want to call it off for your tournament life. Which is why when you get close to the money like this, you do have to tighten up your opening range, because you will end up getting put in spots like this where it's going to be difficult for you to proceed.
Yeah. I mean, Neves looks nervous, and no surprise, he's facing a 3-bet from a pro.
And it's really hard to combat in the sense that, you know, let's say pro just 3-bet without it effectively putting Neves all in. Then that's a bit of a different situation. But you certainly don't want to be calling it off for your tournament life. You want there to be some action where maybe you can 4-bet and have fold equity versus calling it off when you know that this is what the chip leader at your table will be doing. It's just about the different levels where at this stage, you really hate to fold, but you know you have to. The math dictates that you've just got to wait for a better spot when you're in the money, all of the above.
The important thing is that you pick up a hand strong enough to tank with.
25.
As long as it's a hand that you can take a reasonable amount of tanking time, that's running hot at this stage.
That's true. I've actually had a player at the table be like, when the floor got called and the floor started counting them down, they're like, can I show you my hand? I have a real decision here. I'm not just stalling to
That's
stall.
why we were laughing when I asked you for a girlfriend, because you don't have any girlfriend, huh? Yeah, it was not that she was not nice or something. Yeah. So, yeah, it's nice to get to know you.
Have we now hired Bremseth to be on our crew?
Just interviewing?
I mean, we're short in a couple of areas. We could use the extra help.
I mean, if you can get Julia Martini to cry, we'll put him on the payroll right now.
Bremseth, I need a tea.
I love how it went from interview skills to getting drinks for Hardigan.
You've got to be an all-rounder. You want to work on this production.
Does
you got to
that
be an
make
all-rounder. You got to get Hardigan tea. You got to get him coffee. You got to get him lunch.
I feel like Stapes is worried that he might have to get you tea then, because he also does interviews.
No, the people who work behind the scenes do the real interviews.
True that.
Tips from a pro. You get 9-6 off on the bubble, even if you're the chip leader, fold. Okay, Spraggles. You're in the big blind. You're facing a raise. Ace-8 of hearts. Queen-6 of hearts. Defense.
Oh, it hurts him so much to have to put chips in.
Well, the good news is that Spraggy is not connected with this board in any way. Hearts would have been disastrous.
And this is the form of run good that people don't really talk about, you know, just not being on the wrong end of a cooler. This is going to be an easy fold, move on, still have a chance to get into the money.
Oh. Yeah.
It's red.
That's because we are officially kicking off world-famous bubble coverage because we're down to 333. That means we are 5 off the bubble.
Huge bluff for this
Such a
guy.
coincidence,
Huge
too, because
bluff
the bubble's on red, and that's how Maria leaves most of my messages.
One for the cameras.
That'll be shown back for years.
Yeah. Don't blame him for that.
Like, that's up there with like the Duan one on the Ivy,
Yeah.
to be honest. Like.
When we do our like top 5 EPT moments of all time,
That'll be up there.
One of them.
yeah, that'll make the cut. It's definitely in the conversation.
Probably still talking about it now, aren't you?
You do realise that Spraggy is the
It's
UK
not even live at the
equivalent
moment, they're just like
of
showing you betting
JMP.
flop again.
Remember the Spanish guy who used to like fold his way into the money in every single EPT main?
Min Crusher. He was like tied for 3rd or something, right? Like most ever EPT cashes. I don't think he ever finished higher than like 24th.
Well,
But he would end up in the coverage so much. I was like, I don't know how to make this guy interesting. And calling him JMP was all I could come up with.
David Doherty considering how to respond to this raise from Gonzalo Pro.
They're tight in this level. Huh?
You jinxed it.
No,
Rebet
I meant
the cutoff.
the whole field because of the bubble.
Well, this would be a fun call with 35 big blinds on the bubble. Okay, all right.
Oh, well, I don't think Nevis can go with this one either because, again, even though you know Pro's going to be opening pretty wide, and even though you know that the other players at the table knows that, you, again, do not want to be all in at this point for your tournament life, and you also have Pro to still act behind you. You just got to sigh, check your cards, feel a little bit bad about it, but ultimately you cannot 4-bet shove in this spot.
But again, running super hot to be able to tank this long. Okay, I'm going to be someone from the chat right now. Yeah, I guess if you're not playing for the win.
There is a time and place to play for the win.
Play like a pro.
He's joking.
Fold the 8-7 to the 3-bet.
It was a pretty fun 3-bet, too, out of that size stack.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of credit because, especially, again, at this stage, a lot of people are not going to be willing to take 3-bet spots against the chip leader light, and King 10 of Hearts is on the lighter side of the type of hands that you really want to get involved in right now. So that was a nice little play.
Andrew McMillan asks what happened to Chino. Just moved tables. New feature table for the bubble.
Yeah, just to be clear, that table still exists. It's just out in the field now. And at some point it'll break. For the time being, I believe those guys are all still sat together.
Not intentional.
I got a question for chat. Did everybody eat some stupid pills during the dinner break?
What's happening
Both
there?
Twitch and YouTube, really.
Well, we have got a pro raise with 8-7 of diamonds. Doherty calling with the Grafton 10-9 suited. And now Azati all in with queens. And we've just popped down to 332 players. Now 5 off the money.
I'm getting some good responses to that. All right. You're back in my good graces. Don't ruin the bubble for me.
Three bluffs in a row at the feature table.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out.
We are monitoring the tables, and if any player is not playing at a reasonable pace, we will put you on a decision. We will put you on a 10 or 20-second decision each time, each decision actually. So we ask you to play at a reasonable pace. Like I said, we are monitoring the tables, and if anybody is deliberately slowing the game down, we will be putting you on a decision, 10-second decision each decision.
Okay, so if you guys didn't hear that, it's...
I believe the floor are aware of excessive stalling by certain players, and if it becomes a problem, players will be put on a 10-second shot clock.
Everyone loves a shot clock.
As David Doherty opens here with King Queen.
Azati ditches the ace-5 suited. Spraggy's out. Doesn't want to get involved with ace-deuce suited. Ace-9 for Neves. If the bubble really drags, we can play Neves Have I Ever.
Ooh.
But they all has to be about Pedro Neves. I'm not sure how much you know about him.
Lots, loads.
Okay. I think you're the first person I ever played Never Have I Ever with.
When was this?
I don't remember, but I remember I have an image of playing
He doesn't
it.
need it. He doesn't need that.
Give me just chips.
That's a nice little equalizer for some, people like me. I mean, they give me the button occasionally so I can win. Julian can play like beat 14 and still beat the pig at the table.
What would be cool is I understand why everyone's sort of playing the way they are, right? We get that. Because everyone except for Pro has 40 big blinds or less. What would be cool is if Pro like really ramped it up now, though. And just started like bashing his way through this table.
Toby's scared us all.
I'm actually surprised that he has passed up a couple of the open spots that he's had. I mean, even the 9-6, I would have opened that given this dynamic.
Showing them up. Taking fucking 10 seconds after you've already looked at your cards and you already know what you're doing.
No.
I mean, we're dangerously close to the bubble here, kids.
Yeah, 330 remaining. 2 away from being on the pure bubble.
I actually want to play
3 away
so
from making the money.
Quicker, you know?
I don't think it's going to be a long bubble.
Just get you gone.
I know you love me.
You know I love you. It's true. I can't deny it. Live here for the world to see.
You know,
You're not allowed to tell
sometimes
anybody why, though.
No. Me.
Me, you, and Tonka P.
Oh boy.
800 is not a very significant raise at this point.
Oh, is there going to be some disgusting cooler?
Oh, I sincerely hope so.
Yeah, me too.
Round to the blinds. Jack deuce folds. Stanislav has only got 6 bigs behind, and he's got ace-6.
6 big blinds, ace-6. That's a sign you go with it.
Oh no!
Do you play like that ever, Maria?
No.
You don't do numerology?
No, and definitely at this point, the utility of this person's stack is not good enough to just go with this hand. You are really trying to just make it into the money. Doubling up won't really do much for you. You just want to outlast 2 more players.
Going broke at this point would be like crashing your Scion while going 100 miles an hour.
$10-9 off for Spraggy. Round to Julian Martini.
Ooh, Martini time.
Anytime, any place, anywhere.
You guys want one?
Opens with King Jack.
How'd you know I like mine shaken, not stirred?
Everybody likes them shaken. Nobody likes a stirred martini. That's ridiculous.
I have 169 total.
He's like, I didn't ask. Are they going to let me expense this shaker?
Started with like 100, Julian?
96.
96.
Luckily, I have pretty big forearms. Uh-oh.
Ace King for David Doherty in the big blind. David Bennett's on YouTube asking, what happens when 2 more players are knocked out? We will be on the pure bubble. That's what will happen. When 3 more are knocked out, we'll be in the money. And Doherty's all in, gets a fold from Martini. We play on.
What? Yeah. Huh?
I didn't hear.
I didn't say anything. I made notes. I make notes for you.
Well, it's not going to surprise you. There are plenty of short stacks in the field. Among them, former Barcelona champ Sebastian Malitz.
Oh, no.
He's got 70K right now. A reminder, we're at the 2-4 blind level. Lois de Fulier's got 50K.
If you don't look at the camera, maybe we won't notice you.
Carolis Soreka has got 40K. Trukvalita, 32K.
You don't have to. I'm just letting you know what happened to the other guy. It was really suspicious.
And yesterday's super high roller champ, Mikita Bodyakovsky, is down to his last 25K.
I mean, it takes a healthy amount of insanity to win 2 million euros in a poker tournament and then walk up the next day and be like, yeah, I could do that again. Yeah, that'll happen twice.
And of course, we have 22K for Stanislav Rodlevchenko at the feature table. Not involved in this hand. It's an under-the-gun raise from Benjamin Spragg. Well, the action hasn't come round to him yet. That's a pro fold.
Oh, so good. I mean, can we be so lucky that the bubble actually happens at the feature table?
If you're in the middle of the hand, please freeze the action if there is an iron call. Stop digging, and if you're in the middle of the hand, freeze the action if there is an iron call. Thank you.
Okay. If there's an all-in call, freeze the action.
Correct.
Okay.
We will keep track of all the big all-ins across the room.
Showed a really good hand there because I respect you so much. You know.
So that is a big mistake. I'm just a clown, a jester.
Yeah.
No respect for me.
Yeah, okay. No doubt.
It's true.
I'm the jester. Don't steal my role.
Then we're going to have a lot of fun.
Okay, yeah.
I hope. Once they sort another couple players out, then we can...
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for anything.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready to make
this
my
guy's
tea?
Gonna get in the mix. 4 or 5 big blinds.
Just one. I'll show you.
One more and you're free. but it could be you.
Yeah? 328.
Don't do it to me.
Take care.
Oh, you can just give me a bluff.
I'd be 80% very upset and 20% laughing like a child.
I thought it was
Less than 20.
Maybe more than 20. I was just being
You're
kind.
not such an...
We've
Laughing
dropped down
just
to
funny he gets busted out.
329.
Just laughing endlessly,
And
carefree.
dealers have been told to pause the deal. I think we're just verifying where we're at right now.
No. He's not
You
gonna
really want
bust
to see me laugh at... Maybe it's a bad look for me. This poor guy busts the thing and the sponsored pros laughing as he leaves the feature table. I'll try and hold it back.
Well, if that happens to you, mate, the whole room will be laughing at you.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. If I go, there'll be applause, they'll bring people around, they'll make a tunnel. Yeah.
If you bust, I would be sad.
You'd be sad if I bust? Yeah. I bet. It's like 3 chips then.
I will be sad as well.
Thank you. Now, see, you guys are ruining it by being nice. I can't deal with this.
Clock has been paused.
Ooh.
And just awaiting verification of where we are at, whether we are at 329 or whether we are indeed at 328 and on the pure bubble.
No. You've been so mean to him now since he come down.
Yeah.
You know, I feel sorry.
I got you back.
Yeah.
I won't be too hard if he but doesn't deserve it.
I still could, for sure.
Well, that is Diego Cuellar, who was at our feature table earlier on. Diego Cuellar has just been eliminated in 329th place, eliminated by Joris Reis, and that means we are at 328. That means we will be going hand for hand.
Wow. I told you, I don't think this is going to take long.
Believe me.
I take what he gives me, right? So he doesn't give me much, I take it.
That's the giggle of a man who shouldn't be believed.
Me.
You said it yourself earlier, this is exactly the time not to believe people.
For sure. I had an automatic shove.
Automatic shove? Yeah.
So the clock has been paused as the tournament staff reset for hand-for-hand action on the pure bubble. Now, I think there may still be some hands in progress at the outer tables.
Wouldn't that be so lovely? It'd be so nice.
So it's not beyond the realms of possibility, Maria, that we could end up bursting the bubble without ever going hand for hand.
Yeah, you know what's more annoying for Stanislav than having 5 big blinds, though, is that he can't get up and go see what all the other shorter stacks have because he's on the feature table.
Technically, you shouldn't be getting up
people do
anyway.
People do it all the time.
Poker ambassador.
I did actually get reprimanded pretty recently for doing it. I was like, I'm sorry.
Pass on the bubble, you know, because then it goes over directly. Make it more interesting so you don't need this. Much better. Yeah.
I will say that Cuellar had a pretty tough table draw. Just sandwiched in between some absolute maniacs.
One is enough.
So just waiting for a few hands to conclude at the outer tables before we can officially kick off hand-for-hand play on the pure bubble in the biggest EPT main event of all time. Down to 328 and 327 will get paid. Hence the red bubble on the screen. That will burst when we are at 327 and we are into the money.
You sit down, you sit down, you sit down.
Well, this is a table with a hand in progress. What's Beard Guy going to do?
Like the cameras here, you don't like it?
Counters chips a few times and folds.
There has been an all-in.
Alex Keating popping up at Barcelona.
So it is Alex Keating tanking over this decision.
Queen 2-4 queen.
So,
do we know what the board is here?
Yeah, it's an ace, king 9-4 board with 3 hearts. It is Alexandre Landron who's shoved here, but crucially, it's all in to call for Alex Keating. So if he calls here and he is wrong, he will be out and he will have bubbled this tournament. And apparently he has been in the tank for a significant amount of time. Around 3 to 4 minutes already.
What's interesting about a post-flop pot on the bubble is that you definitely want to consider the dynamic of, you know, will people try to be over-bluffing in these spots because they're able to leverage your tournament life. But again, you know, I would say that in a lot of the situations, people will actually go for bigger sizings because they want you to think that, but really it's for value. But of course, you know, a lot of that will have to do with who your opponent is, how they've been playing up until this point. You know, it's a little bit easier to leverage the bubble dynamic pre-flop than it is post. So, it does look like he's gonna fold, but he doesn't like it.
Once per minute, he's been in the tank. Yeah, I seem to remember him not being a fan of cameras being around.
Okay, we're now approaching 6 minutes on this decision. No one calling the clock on Keating, but remember the tournament clock is paused right now because we are about to go hand for hand. So this isn't eating into tournament time.
It's just eating into our souls.
And people just acknowledging that, you know, look at his stack, right? This isn't
huge
some
spot.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a very, very big spot.
When I say eating into our souls, I mean like emotionally. Like it's just harrowing. Mark Baggett complaining, saying this is why shot clocks should be used. Someone should call the clock on him. The clock is not running right now. This is a huge spot. If a player at the table did want to call a clock, I think that's totally fine. But for us all to be freaking out as viewers at home, to have no idea what's going on in this situation whatsoever, what it's like to be in this spot, cut it out.
It is a decision for his tournament life, and it's the decision that if he makes the wrong call here, if he puts his chips in and doesn't have the best hand, he's out, and he will have bubbled.
And not just the, you know, the financial implication, being out of the tournament. It's like embarrassing. Like it's just everyone's cheers for you going out. Like there's a lot at stake here.
At the start of this hand, he was clean shaven though.
So is Staves. Oh, did he not like the reporter being right behind him? Was that a little... back up, buddy.
So the board again has 3 hearts on it. It's a paired board. I mean, imagine what kind of spot you're in if you have a flush here.
You just made 4s full. What if you just made 4s full?
See? 4 on the river.
I mean, I could not possibly imagine that Alex would be taking this kind of time with anything less than trips, you know? I just feel like...
No, he's clearly in a ton of pain.
Yeah, it's not a easy decision.
Let's it go.
But yep.
Finally makes the fold, and I believe that that was the last hand to conclude at the outer tables. So we are now ready to begin hand-for-hand play on the pure bubble of the EPT Barcelona 2022 main event. Toby, do your thing.
Oh, sorry, that's my shopping list.
Okay, attention players in the main event. We have 328 remaining, and we're going to continue hand for hand. So dealers, can I have your attention please? If you have an all-in call, you must freeze the action and call the floor. So once again, dealers, all-in call, freeze the action and call the floor. You're also only going to deal when I say one more hand. We're hand for hand, so you must wait for me to say one more hand. Players, if you have an all-in call, keep your cards face down, stay at the table. Please do not turn your cards face up. Very important, don't turn your cards face up, and please wait. Also, players, during this period, you must stay in your seats. The floor are going to make sure you go back to your seats. I'll be announcing the all-in calls, so you will not miss any of the action. Once again, stay in your seats. Very important for us to be able to go around the room. Thank you. Okay, we are going to continue. 328 remaining. Dealers, one hand, please.
Here we go, the stone bubble.
It is, by the way, incredibly important that the players not turn their hands over. He doesn't have time to explain why. But it happens every once in a while.
The best way to do clocks would be to have a chess clock, but I don't know how they do it, really.
Right, yeah. It's always got to, I always feel like there's got to be some better way to do bubbles and things like that, but it's hard, right?
William Berg asking, why not have the cards face up? Because if you turn your cards up and you can see that it's like aces versus kings and someone's about to go broke, it can influence the action at your table.
Exactly.
Or if even the rumor of it makes its way to your table, it can influence the action at your table.
So we've had an under-the-gun raise from Pedro Neves with King-Queen. The 3-bet from Telia Bremsev with tens.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see somebody 3-bet off of that stack size and it not be all in. But Bremsev, of course, we've seen him play a little bit unconventionally so far.
And something tells me that if a short stack jammed on him to try to put pressure, I think he would just snap call with the 2 tens. That's my prediction.
Yeah, the man doesn't look like he's afraid to bubble, you know? Nevis not quite sure what to make of it.
I would assume this guy was a lot stronger than tens at this point, and I would be folding King-Queen.
Memories of Prague.
I was going to say that. It's like,
He tells us he bubbled Prague. The very next hand he opens and gets 3 bets still in.
So play has concluded at the feature table. Obviously still hands in progress out in the field.
Right here?
He did it before. Years ago. I think it was Prague years ago. He did it.
What?
I think it was for the first ever PSPC. They gave a platinum pass to the.
No,
the
they
Prague
don't
bubble.
give me. They don't even give me a hat. So.
I think that was when it was first announced, the first one, because we announced it in Prague, the first one. And so I think it was announced during the main event. And I actually remember they did like a flip out for it or something. There was something that happened. They ended up giving away 2. For whatever reason. There's one in the mystery bounty.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's added as well. It's not the price was added.
There is not one
We wouldn't be playing that.
in this.
Can you buy in day 2?
I mean, it makes. I actually think it makes more sense to buy in on it.
I guess you can't if it's like bounties come in day 2. You can't just buy straight into bounty for it.
Well, various hands still in progress, but I don't believe we've had any all-ins called just yet.
Do we have eyes on Christina Rheem from the PSPC Platinum Pass Lady Sit and Go? She was still in today. I saw her on the second break.
Reed or Reared?
Reed.
Okay.
We did see her earlier. I have not seen her since.
Because she's out.
Oh.
No.
I mean, the good news is she won't bubble.
Okay, then now I'm going to focus on if any of my swaps are still in.
Oh, do tell.
Well, Jen Shahade and I swapped, but I know she's out. And then me and...
Was it hard to convince her to swap with you?
No, we have
You
a lot
sure?
of respect for each other's game.
So it's like when you swap
Very
with me.
mutual.
It's like just her being nice, I guess. Just in case.
Actually, it was the first time we've ever swapped, but it was just because we were in here doing commentary together, and then I saw her and I was like, hey, 5-ball. But a 5-ball of 0 is 0.
Well, looks like there is a hand over here.
Over here.
I see a triangle, Joe.
I also see a... Nope, I see a dealer button and a red logo.
I think we have an all-in, but don't know whether we have a call. I'm going to imagine, based on the crowd around this table, that the all-in has been called. And I imagine we'll wait for Toby Stone to come to the table to deal this out.
There's the triangle.
Yeah, this is Sander Berenson, who's moved all in. But looks like it's got through. The all-in was not called.
It's funny, I always thought it was Sander Berenstain.
And Toby Stone has given the instruction to deal one more hand. So that was the last hand in progress. An all-in, but no call. Let's go back to the feature table, where we have a celebrity on the rail, True Geordie.
You think that's an actual leopard skin? I think I saw his club outside.
Ace Queen. And this is a pro race. 8,000. Ace 10 of hearts for David Doherty.
Doherty has not shied away from playing pots on the bubble.
Yeah, not only is ace-10 suited a pretty hand, but you would imagine that you're going to be beating a lot of the range that pro is willing to raise with.
I wish.
Domination rotation in David Doherty's favor. Gonzalo Pro does have the gut shot straight draw, but right now Doherty is near enough a 2-to-1 favorite.
The old rotation.
Yeah, David Doherty checks it back.
Oh.
Domination re-implementation, domination restoration, whatever you want to call it. That is how you play like a pro.
What is the min cash, by the way?
Just shy of 9K.
Wow.
8,860 euros.
Okay, all right. Oh, my goodness. Do we even have a name for this?
What is this called, James?
Domination, rotation. No, we don't.
Re-implementation, restoration.
This is very unexpected. Pro bets 17K on the river, value betting his queen. Doherty having river trips.
I just snap call here and then pretend like I didn't lose any value next hand.
Yeah, and you didn't, because I think when you raise with just ace-10 on this board texture, you're not very often going to be called by worse. I think there's just going to be a lot of better hands than yours out there, especially against a pro.
I kind of like domination reincarnation, except it's not the original domination. But it's a good try.
Domination protation would only work if it had gone in the favor of the pro.
Does look like it's cutting out a raise.
Yep. Raising for value. 17K was the bet from pro. Doherty makes it 55K.
What a stud. He knows we're in the bubble, right? And this pro has him covered. Someone's told him.
I'm pretty certain that both these players are well aware of the stage we're at right now.
Okay, just checking, just checking.
Domination regurgitation. There are some good ones, but none that really make sense, but I'm just enjoying reading them.
Domination finalization.
Well, that's an announcement in one of the side events. But I am hearing that as this hand is playing out on the main stage, we do have 4 hands at the outer tables where there has been an all-in and a call. 4 all-in and a call out on the field.
So if you know that, I feel like you don't really want to bluff jam here and put pressure on, right? Because there's 4 people all in, so there's a chance that you might just like split a min cash. I feel like that kind of relieves some of the pressure. So there's 4 all-in calls.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting spot because as played, Doherty doesn't really ever have boats, right? You would think that they're going to be betting 2-pair like Jack-10, set of 3s, those type of hands on the flop, given the texture. And so now, you know, when this raise comes in on the river, even though it doesn't feel like a great spot for him to be bluffing, it just doesn't quite make a lot of sense to pro either, because again, given the dynamic of being on the stone bubble, you know that they're not going to be raising hands that, you know, aren't going to get called by worse very often. It just feels very scary to be doing that at this juncture. So it is a interesting situation, and that's why he's taking his time. But you would imagine that
I don't think you can re-raise at this point either, right? Once you look this concerned.
No.
Yeah.
That's not. I don't think he's taking the time to think that as an option. But
makes a pro fold. And as David Doherty wins that pot, we need to get out to the floor, because just as that hand was playing out, we did hear of multiple all-ins out in the field. There are 4 tables where there has been an all-in and a call, and we need to get to them. And I'd be surprised if we saw 4 double-ups. I think what's more interesting is how many eliminations will we see. If one player goes out, they bubble, everyone else is in the money. But if multiple players go out on this hand, they will split a min cash.
I mean, we have seen, not all in one hand, but we have seen 4 short stacks double up on the bubble before. It has happened.
That's true.
But I'm just thinking the odds of all 4 of these getting through are not good.
Well, let's get out into the field, and I imagine Toby Stone is sorting out which table he's going to go to first. We will flip the hands over, we will run the boards, and we will deal out the 4 all-ins we have at 4 different tables on the bubble in this record-breaking EPT main event. Players could be in the money very soon.
People playing some long-ass hands out there, eh?
Okay, players, have attention. We have 4 all-in calls.
Toby confirming to the room.
I'll be going around.
We've got 4 all-ins.
4 tables one by one. Please stay in your seats.
Where is Toby going first? I believe he's making his way to table 8, where Emmanuel Rouvet has moved all in, up against Felipe Fontura.
Ketzer and Emmanuel. Emmanuel is our all-in player. We have Ketzer and Emmanuel. Can we see the cards, please? Cards, please. Thank you. Ketzer shows ace, king, ace of diamonds, king of spades. Emmanuel shows ace, jack. Once again, Emmanuel is our all-in player.
So the at-risk player is dominated here. Ace, jack against ace, king. We're going to run the board.
Flop is 3, queen, 7. Turn card, please. Turn is a 9.
Emmanuel needs a jack.
Final card. Final card is
okay, well, the bubble has burst. Emmanuel Rouvet is out.
We have 3 more all-ins.
Question is whether Emmanuel bubbles or whether Emmanuel splits them in cash, whether we see any other eliminations.
Going to go to table number 1.
Okay, Toby making his way to table 1, where Dan Mulders is all in and at risk against Ramiro Patron.
I'd like a shot of Patron. We're going to get one soon. All right, get off the chair, buddy. I'll come over to your house and stand on your mom's couch covered in plastic.
The gall.
Faraz Jaka called. He wants his hat back.
So Dan Mulder's the at-risk player here. Remember, the cards haven't been turned over yet.
Oh, don't stop the massage. And she's like, oh, wait, I got to get this bill ready in case he busts.
I know there's always this awkward, like sometimes when I'm short, I don't get a massage. I don't order food for this exact reason.
Okay, we're on table number 1. Our second O-ring call, we have Ramiro and Dan.
Kings for Mulders.
That's got to be good.
Player. Ramiro shows 2 aces. Dan shows 2 kings.
Ah, the classic setup. Mulders running kings into aces.
Rough.
So it is...
Oh, gross.
Well, more outs now, right?
True.
Unless there's a boat on the turn.
Final card, please. The final card is a queen.
Okay, so Dan Mulders is also out. So at the very least, Mulders and Rouvet are going to chop a min cash because they've both gone out on the bubble.
Number 28.
But there are still 2 all-ins to deal out.
2 more all-in calls.
And at table 28, it is Gabriel Nedelcu who has called the all-in of Terence Jordan, and Terence is the player at risk.
Players, 2 more all-in calls. We're heading over to table 28.
Remember, we don't know the cards yet because they will flip them when Toby gets to the table, but it is Terence Jordan who's at risk up against Gabriel Nedelcu.
Question. If all 4 go out, do they all split 1 min cash?
Correct.
Oh.
No, hang on. No, they split the 3 min cashes, right?
3 min cashes, right. Okay, good. That's... All right, so at this point, you want everyone else to go out. Because 3 min cashes split 4 ways isn't that bad.
That seems like a job for the human calculator.
It's 4 over 3. It's no problem. 3 over 4. It's 3 over 4.
Yeah, remember, you only go by stack sizes, guys, if it's 2 eliminations from the same table. If it's eliminations on different tables on effectively the same hand, we're talking about splitting min cashes. So, that is Gabriel Nedelcu. He is not the at-risk player, even though he's standing up. It is Terence Jordan who's at risk here with ace-10.
Players, 3-2-6 remaining. We still have 2 more roll-ins. We're on table number 28. We have Marcis and Terence. Terence is our all-in player. Once again, Terence is our all-in player. Can we see the cards, please? Okay, Marcis, 9-4.
Okay.
And Terence, ace-10. So ace-10 against 9-4.
Well, 9-4 is live.
Is our at-risk player. Let's see the flop, please.
Feel 9-4 trick.
All right, the flop is...
Oh, there is a 9 on the flop.
Wait, I shouldn't be laughing.
Turn card, please. Turn is a 6.
Any clubs about? Does anyone have a club?
Final card, please. Final card.
10 on the river, and that means Terence Jordan will actually double up. Not an elimination there. Terence Jordan gets the double up. So 1 more all-in to deal with.
Okay, we're going to go to our final table. It's table 37.
And Toby Stone, the TD, making his way to table 37. Oliver Bosch is the at-risk player here, up against Kayhan Roshanvikar. And this board has already been dealt. So this is an all-in on the river, Joe.
Oh.
So the board is Queen 4, Deuce 7, 3.
So the money went in on the river.
Yes.
Okay, no flushes out there.
No.
Did have a straight come in on the river. A couple of straights.
So that is Oliver Bosch, the at-risk player.
Still waiting.
Looks like a likable chap.
This can look very stupid. I think this can look very stupid for me. Not for you. I think this is stupid. Don't slow roll me. No, I'm not. I even said what I had. I said what I had. Huh? I didn't hear. Oh, I more or less said what I had.
He has a necklace that says 1%er.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
Oh, I saw it.
So 1%er means something different in the States. I mean, it means you think it does, but it also refers to the Hells Angels motorcycle gang. Either way, fun people.
So a reminder that however how this hand goes down, we are in the money. The bubble has burst. There have been 2 eliminations so far. Is there going to be a third? We just saw the double up of Terence Jordan. And now we'll see if Oliver Bosch gets a double up or whether he joins the other 2 players on the rail.
Oh, now come even more light.
One percenter, giant gorilla holding fistfuls of cash. This guy can't lose.
All right, players, the last holding call. We're on table number 37. We have Oliver and Kayan. Oliver is our at-risk player. Can we see the cards, please? Cards at the same time, guys. 30 cards over, guys. Come on.
1, 2, 3, go.
All right.
Jacks for Oliver, King, Queen for Kayan. That is a KO.
Bish, bash, bosh.
Okay, so 3 players out on the bubble. That means that Oliver Bosch, Dan Mulders, and Emmanuel Rivet will split 2 min cashes. And everyone else celebrates being in the money, all guaranteed at least 8,860 euros. So, thank you to Statric for doing the math. Those 3 players who are eliminated will receive 5,907 euros each. So they make a small profit, Maria.
Cool.
That's not a bad spot to be in. Could have been a lot worse.
And Spraggy is now 2 for 2 in EPT main events. Cashed in Monte Carlo, the first EPT ever played, and has cashed here in Barcelona.
And he cashed on the feature table both times.
Oh, and Stanislav, who's got like 5 big blinds. He's in the money as well.
I'm happy for Stanislav.
He's getting withdrawal symptoms now.
And if I could say, some fine world-famous bubble coverage from the entire team.
Oh, and he gave you the courtesy double?
No, when he...
Oh,
he gave me 8,000, yeah. He misclicked. He meant to fold me for 8,000.
And now we have played through the stone bubble. Now begins the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Right now, Maria, it says 325 players remaining. Give it another half hour. What do you reckon that field ticker's going to say?
15.
Yep. Guys, we'll have a couple extra days in Barcelona. Where should we go? What should we do?
It doesn't relieve your...
No consolation.
All those short stacks that have been clinging on, trying to scrape into the cash. Now they're all guaranteed a min payout. Gamble, gamble, gamble.
The biggest EPT main. Good one to cash. Even better one to win.
It's like the biggest EPT Barcelona or the biggest EPT in
Nobody tell him.
The Australia's main event, the previous record was 5,000 something for a 1K, and this one was like 6,600. Smashed it. And then the previous record here
was on the final table of this one. Water?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Lennart.
You were right.
He shoved fours from the big stack open race from the
So tournament staff just sorting out the payouts for the 3 players who just went out. No more hand-for-hand play, by the way. The bubble has burst. It's disappeared from the screen.
So I was wondering if maybe I played with him, but I don't.
We will be playing on, and they'll restart the clock. We still have more than half of level 15 to play out. Blinds continuing at 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante.
From Ukraine. I think he was the only one from Ukraine on the stage.
Okay.
You're from Ukraine, right? Yeah. Yeah, the previous record was 1,988.
Oh, we'll get
So,
both back, huh?
22.
I have African.
Can we play some poker?
The crazy thing as well, I know so many people who were here.
Dude, just take a second. Soak it in.
Absolutely. Now you're guaranteed a min cash. Now you've got to start thinking about how you're going to make it to the final table and be in contention for the 1.7 million euro first prize.
You know what I was forgetting about, though, is that this is a single re-entry tournament, so maybe the people who split the min cash are not profitable. But that's a pretty good saver, too, though, regardless.
It's better than nothing.
Like this as well. I mean, like,
it's better than nothing.
I'm not a huge fan of Vegas. Like,
Yeah.
Like, somewhere like this is just far better.
So
I
lovely
think.
to, obviously not lovely to bus tournaments, but the bus tournaments and be able to go sit by the beach.
Yeah,
bar,
of course,
outside, get food really late
Actually,
here.
really good food and like relatively good prices as well. Like.
And everything stays open real late, so it's, obviously Vegas is 24 hour, but it's like...
Just draining as well.
Everything that was just mentioned is way better in Vegas, except for the beach.
Good bit of culture here as well.
Except for places with EPT stops, I mean.
Mr. Combe asking how long are they playing today. We've got to play out the rest of level 15, 50 minutes on the clock. We then play level 16, and then we'll be done for today. So, yeah, we're going to be finishing late tonight.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Clock is running again. Cards are being dealt again.
A Dwyer was at my table and he was like, I don't know why people wish each other good luck. I just say thank you. They wish me good luck.
The center you told me he got a second class. He got a second class on the EP.
Stanislav clinging on, now thinking, maybe I can ladder.
Can we play some poker?
Yeah. So that I can fold?
Fold.
So Mohamed Azati is raised from the cutoff. Julian Martini has defended his big blind in a situation where he's dominated. And King Queen still ahead post flop. Martini now drawing dead.
It's probably going to end here, and it does. I wonder if there's been a ladder already. It's not going to take long.
No. So we've lost 2 players so far. When is the money jump? When we're at 288, I think. David Doherty has artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited, raises to 8,000. Ace-4 for Mohamed Azati.
Little sourdough.
That's right, Premseth. Now we can splash around. Now we can play. You get in there with your 6-5 suited.
He was already doing that.
I was just going to say.
He just didn't have a chance to play many hands. Got him.
Pair of 6s, domination rotation, in your face, Doherty. Don't you dare c-bet. He's going to stick it in your eye, mate.
Doherty with range advantage, but also, you know, that ace high with the club has a couple back doors. And wow, Bremseth just
cagey.
Yeah.
You think he's going to zig? He zags. You think he's going to zag? He folds. All right, Raven, we don't have to get into the Vegas-Barcelona debate. All I'm saying is they're talking about late-night food and restaurant choices, and Barcelona has lovely restaurants, and many things are open late. But if you're talking about best restaurants in the entire world, many, like dozens of them in one city, and a city that operates 24 hours a day, Vegas has a lot going for it. That's all I'm going to say. EPT Barcelona cannot be beaten, though, however. If there's an EPT in Vegas, just put it out there. Make an exception for the Bahamas. You can do it at Paris. Done. The Venetian. Done.
I think there are a lot of reasons why those 2 venues aren't suitable, but...
They're European. There's another Italian one. Bellagio, Italian.
Wow. Expensive, buddy.
How about we take EPT London to Excalibur?
Done. Easy. Sword in the stone. That's you make a mystery bounty and everyone pulls a little sword from a stone. Winner gets a knighthood.
Feels like we played for 2 hours now with all these breaks and everything.
We do an entire EPT season in Vegas. You got Monte Carlo.
Yeah, there you go.
You got Excalibur.
You've got the Palace stage. I don't know. Okay, that maybe not that one.
You've got Treasure Island.
Treasure Island. Like a double for the Bahamas.
I'd love to.
See it in your eyes.
Have they blown up Circus yet?
Nope.
How is that place still open?
I have such fond memories of Circus. I loved playing all the carnival games there. I didn't win anything ever, but...
I seem to remember when I played the games at Circus that they're all like kind of dumbed down because it's Vegas. They're like way easy. I remember walking out with a garbage bag full of prizes.
That seems pretty unreasonable.
So Stanislav all in with ace-3. Can he beat a pro with 8s?
You rod, bro?
Yeah, BVB, 4 bigs, not much more you could do or expect. Just got to get lucky.
Okay, backdoor wheel.
I admire your optimism.
Backdoor wheel.
Okay. So a 4 on the river.
As long as it's not a club.
Indeed.
Ace on the river.
As long as it's not a club.
Indeed.
Ah. Too little. So Stanislav Rodlovchenko is eliminated, and we are down to 315. Remember, everyone who busts now is in the money. 8,860 euros, the min cash here in Barcelona.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
welcome. Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
He ended his tournament life doing what he loved, playing some poker.
What do you think "be your B" means?
Be your best friend.
Be your best.
Be your boo.
Be your ball. You're not being your ball, Danny.
Be the ball, Danny. No, 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 no. I haven't watched that in a while. I'm gonna have to go back. I probably haven't done Caddyshack in 7 or 8 years.
If I've never watched a movie, I don't say it anymore because then James is going to give me more homework.
I don't think you would like Caddyshack, Maria.
It's not homework.
I like Jaws, okay?
It just took me 7 tries to finish it.
I mean, I didn't watch it in one sitting, but it
That's what
only
I mean.
took me 2 times to get through it.
I don't mean to do a lot of these like this is how boys do things and this is how girls do things, but girls don't make it through movies because they watch every movie curled up in a ball with 7 pillows and then wonder why they fall asleep. I just can't make it through a movie. Meanwhile, you're completely horizontal. It's 88 degrees in the room. Candles are lit.
Right, because it's about the ambiance.
Yeah, you don't go to the
movie's
theater
not
where
about the
they light a
movie.
candle and give you a blanket and pillows.
I would be surprised if they change again. It depends how misbehaved you are.
Okay.
Till the final?
I think I'm entertaining.
If you're very misbehaved, there's
Yeah, I
no
don't
way
know.
we're changing it.
I'm not sure. I'd imagine this table rides out to the end of the day now.
That makes sense.
2 90-minute levels.
No.
Well, pressure's on you, Spraggy. Entertain us.
One is enough.
Speaking of circus, dance for us, monkey.
The ever unpredictable Bremseth. Okay, folds to ace-3. I thought maybe he was going to try to get in there.
Folds like a pro.
Huh? Yeah, taste that coffee. Well, you cannot take charge for this coffee. It's like water. No. It's water. Yeah.
Water. The other one, 4 euros.
Yeah. Why can't they have a decent coffee stall like they normally do? A third party come in. Then we charge 4 euro for this coffee they serve in it. Like, taking the piece of it.
With all the money you can go to Colombia.
Yeah.
You guys liking the coffee talk, or should we?
Good poker in Colombia, Medellin and Bogota. Been there 6 times the last 18 months. Have card rooms in Caribbean and party in a private club in Medellin. Huh?
Where are you from?
Norway.
Norway?
Yeah. In Norway, but I live in Scotland, but my card rooms are in Caribbean.
I like this
Huh?
creativity
my dad is
here
Norwegian,
with
my mom
the
from Japan.
straight draw.
I'm born in Norway.
It's a gut shot, but you expect that your opponent
wish I
is
were
going
Scottish.
to c-bet folds quite a bit of the time. There's going to be a lot of the hands that they're not going to be able to continue with. And, you know, I would say that sometimes ace-queen of hearts with that backdoor straight draw and flush possibility with 2 overs would be one that will continue, but in that situation, Martini does decide to fold.
Meanwhile, the post-bubble bust-out bonanza continues. Andrew Headley has just been eliminated.
Heading for the door.
Along with Yanis Aniesian.
Yaris Sayonarian.
Guillaume Diaz getting his min cash.
More like go home, Diaz.
And Bogdan Nikolai.
Bogdan Nikolost.
So down to 309 players now.
I don't know why I didn't say Nickelby. I was doing it in the moment. Of course, Nickelby is better than Nikolai.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Joe. Why didn't you call him? Why didn't you say Nicobai?
Pro happy to 3-bet and get it in against Bremseth. Should Bremseth elect to go with this hand, again, you never know what he's going to do.
Bremseth sounds like the fourth dragon's name from Game of Thrones. I can't name the other three.
Turn one.
You never saw him? You want to
Folds.
see mine? That's not the rule.
You can ask me anytime.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Not this.
In 36 minutes.
Yeah.
Pocket digits.
Huh?
Pocket digits.
I'll pocket. I'll five. Pocket five.
Pocket digits.
Düzes. Yeah? Düzes? Yeah? Nah. You're joking me? I will see it on the stream anyways. You can't lie to me. That is very bad.
For sure, I told you I would.
How could you lie to that face?
No, wait a minute.
What's up, Scotty Bonds? Welcome to the chat. Long-time viewer. Super fan, I think, on the Poker in the Ears podcast.
Pretty sure.
Definitely has shown up to my stand-up gigs before. Way more normal than I was expecting, considering how much he likes me.
As we always say, there is a fine line between a super fan and a Stape stalker.
I've had to set up an entire fake address.
What?
Just to send all my Stape stalkers to.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just a fan, Joe. I'm just your biggest fan.
Stacks are 20s? Yeah.
Yard Dark Macca says, Spraggy, one of the funniest men in Britain. I agree. Hell of a funny dude. It would be great if he played a hand, but, you know, whatever.
It's tough when you're up against a pro like this.
Yeah. All right, we got a club draw for Pro. I'm surprised nobody's written in. They're going to be like, oh, it's pronounced Proj.
Pro betting that equity. And of course, Zati not really much that he can continue with. And that's kind of the problem when you do flat with a hand like Jack-10 offsuit. You know, if you're not really sure how to continue when you miss the flop, then some would say, you know, it's okay to fold that pre.
Pre.
We get a new friend to play with.
Yeah.
Hi.
Well,
welcome.
Giuseppe Moyo has just been moved to the feature table, and Giuseppe is going to be the new feature table chip leader because he's bringing more than $500,000 with him.
Oh, wow.
Let the fireworks
You guys know
begin.
Prince, right?
Giuseppe and Gonzalo. The two big stacks.
Hello. Welcome.
Bienvenidos. Bienvenue. Willkommen. That's all I got. Vous êtes français, oui?
Un petit peu.
Vous êtes un peu français?
Un peu de français.
Ah, ok.
Tu parles bien français?
That means a little France.
Un petit peu. Mais ici, c'est seulement en anglais, s'il vous plaît.
His accent's not
It's
terrible.
not. I was just thinking that. I
Yeah.
took French in high school, and I was like, you know, Froggy, that sounds pretty good.
Bremseth, come with me.
Bremseth does sound like it should be a metal band from the Nordics.
Okay,
right?
sure, I'll give you that one. Bremseth.
With their new album, Throat Slashing. It's Bremseth.
I would also have accepted Sembreth. Whoa, Oso, schooling us. Love all the Spraggy hate. OMG, why he no play hand? Yet the question they should ask is, why can't I cash an EPT?
We just got wrecked.
R-E-K.
You're just here and he's already eyeing you.
T.
520?
512.
Yeah. Oh, 512, okay. I tried to count, but it's taking me too long. It's so much. I gave it.
Pro move here, raising with sixes. By the way, I did kind of call it that the bubble wasn't going to take long. It's too big of a field.
Yeah. The bigger the field, the more carnage. Remember
Yeah.
the guitar year?
Yes.
Were you here that year, Maria?
I don't think so. What happened?
So they decided to do like a special prize for the bubble.
Okay.
And it was... That's Joe's way of telling you that the prize was a guitar. It was actually two prizes. There was a seat in the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open plus an electric guitar. And there were 7 all-ins. And I think 6 players were eliminated. This is on the bubble. So, of course...
Nobody thought of that.
Splitting the min caches, easy. Splitting the package...
How do we make this work?
Very tough. Splitting the guitar, impossible. So they had to have an impromptu sit and go to decide who got the guitar and the Seminole ticket.
Oh my goodness.
I just thought they should have split the guitar into 6 pieces.
We should have just been a flip out, right? Like,
I think it was a format
like
similar
it can't be,
to a flip out. Yeah.
right? These people are like basically bubbling, and they're like, you know what?
By day
Come and
3,
play this.
they were down to the final 4.
But also, is anyone going to call out Stapes for like the last riff sounding more like a banjo?
Yeah, because the one before it was so much more realistic.
Near Bristol?
Well, well, well.
Would you call it home?
Wouldn't both players like a 5?
You know Cheltenham because of the horse racing? Yeah. I always go with Cheltenham because we're all gamblers, so Cheltenham races. Oh, okay, Cheltenham. I lost a lot of money there.
We saw around the bubble, Dr. D really getting the best of pro in a few pots.
Everybody in UK bets, huh?
Not really afraid to tangle with a bigger stack.
Even my mum.
17.
Look at Pro. Just fire it into this board where even a straight is going to be terrible.
$17,000 apiece.
Yeah, definitely can credibly rep this type of texture, though. And, you know, on this river, when you just show up with 4 high, I think it's a pretty natural bluff spot, especially when you do block 5-4. Certainly a hand that you can also have in your big blind defend range. A lot of the 2 pairs, straights, etc., etc.
51.
Definitely a hand like 9-8 would make sense here. You know, you have an open-ended straight draw, you turn a pair, river trips. You know, this line would certainly make sense.
Can Doherty hero with these 5s?
Or can he just misread his hand and think he has a straight? Win-win.
Makes the call.
Wow.
5s are good. Doherty gets the better of the pro.
Ooh, I don't want to show.
Nice call, David Doherty, up to 75 big blinds with 26 minutes left to run on this blind level.
Now, yeah, I'm going to pull you up on something here. Oh, not yet. You're lucky, Jan.
We have got a bearded post-bubble bust-out bonanza to tell you about, Joey. First of all, Keating KO'd. Vitor Moreira also eliminated. Stefan Olofsson, take your ticket, get your money.
His name was Michael Myers.
Vlada Stojanovic. And Dimitar Danchev as well. And that means we now have fewer than 300 players remaining. 298 on the clock.
That's a lot of facial hair. Do I need to shave? Is it time? I started this trend.
Yeah, you managed to keep it going for, you know, 20 plus years.
I feel like it's not cool anymore. It's like the guy that started the Von Dutch thing and he just regrets it. That's me with beards.
Did you watch that Von Dutch?
I watched some of it. It was. I thought it was unwatchable. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I just did not care.
Thoroughly
it was so
enjoyed
boring.
it. No, it was fascinating.
I was like, "There's 9 episodes of this. What is going on?"
We didn't watch the same documentary. It was very, very interesting.
Set of 5s for Azati. Like, I'm always happy when people flop sets. It's such a nice feeling. I'm just happy other people get to experience it occasionally.
Today, when I was short stacked, I had 5s in the big blind, and the chip leader at our table squeezed me out of being able to see a flop when I would have flopped a set against jacks.
No.
Yes, that could have changed the whole trajectory of this tournament for me, Stapes. I could still be out there. I could be at the future table. I could have busted out the person on the bubble. That could have been me. But no.
But no, you had to play too good. Fold those 5s.
Dang it.
You got to just maybe once a tournament, just go, I got a feeling about this hand. You ever have a feeling? You just go, you know what? I think I'm going to hit something with 9-8 of diamonds here. Is that a no? You're just...
No, I was actually...
It's not rhetorical.
I was actually just paying attention to the action.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Pretty interesting spot.
I guess.
Where the gut shot raised on the flop and actions check on the turn. Jack 10 does get there on the river, but, you know, set of fives, it's just too good.
Well, no improvement, no gut shot, just a straight value bet. Zadi picks up 37K. Fourth in chips of the tail, 41 bigs. Luffney asks, who is Spraggy? That's the player in the 4 seat. Thank you for your question.
Who or what is a Sproggy?
Sproogie? All right, one person got my Donald Pleasance joke. Thank you, Justin. Justin on Twitter. Some folks right now asking about the whereabouts of El Contador. El Contador is retired. Went to live on a farm. Just like my dog when I was 9 years old named Coco. My parents said he really did go live on a farm.
Is that a better life for Coco?
That's
what
probably
was the alternative with you, being with you guys?
Coco is a rambunctious dog and would often knock me and my brother over. Goats, stat trick. El Contador is now a goat farmer.
El Contador was the goat.
It's true, he was El Mejor.
And this is what happens when two big stacks are seated next to each other. There's going to be some big pots being played, I foresee, because Pro definitely can't fold this ace-jack to a 3-bet on the button, just too strong.
Yeah, this could get weird.
Flopping second pair, top kicker, like a pro.
Moya with the betting lead going to c-bet. Does have the ace of diamonds, which could be a key card depending on what comes on later streets. A tiny bit of showdown value now, but given the fact that Pro did call a 3-bet before the flop and a bet on the flop, doesn't quite feel like fives can win at showdown.
Board pairs 6 on the river.
I like Pro going for this value bet. I think as played, certainly you've got to be pretty comfortable with ace-jack. Wow,
It's a
quick
call. Yeah. 71,000.
And Gonzalo Pro is once again the biggest stack at this feature table. He's now got more than $500,000. 130 big blinds with 80 minutes left on this level. 292 players remain. We're getting close to that money jump, right? 287, the min plus cash.
I mean, we more or less predicted Spraggy was going to come to the feature table with so few chips he couldn't play a hand, was going to squeak into the money, ladder up once, and then go out unceremoniously.
He must think it's some kind of joke that you guys always put him on the feature table in these situations where, you know, he could really show off his poker skills.
I'm certain he knows he's some kind of joke.
So Spraggy's playing just shy of 30 big blinds. The short stack at the table is Julian Martini, who's got 12 bigs.
So as James said, 18 minutes left on this level. 4 more levels tonight.
Hold on. I remember seeing Spraggy fold under the gun. He did not call. I think we suffered a glitch there.
Glitches happen.
Got a bad lookalike suggestion, Joe.
Okay.
See if we're on board with this one from Carl. Gonzalo Pro. There is an uncanny resemblance to Michael Shannon.
I'm going to have to look at Pro while I think about this, but I'm not immediately shutting it down.
Right now, action is on Azati, who's flopped top pair. Oh, he must have checked it. Pro bets, Azati calls. We're going to the turn.
You know, Azati is an anagram for I has it. So, keep that in mind.
You're missing another I and too many Z's and not enough S's. But yeah, pretty
Michael
much.
Shannon, that's the God guy?
Yeah, I'm going to go no on that one. That's going to be a no from me, Doug.
Yeah, that's not a bad lookalike. That's a terrible lookalike.
That is not a lookalike.
No.
That is a look.
Nothing like.
Unalike.
Do you remember Michael Shannon's big poker scene in Lucky You? I refuse to believe you haven't seen Lucky You.
I actually haven't seen Lucky You.
That's actually very lucky you.
I didn't really know if I wanted to admit it, but yeah, I haven't watched it. I'm sorry.
Don't feel the need to bring yourself up to speed on it. It's just not worth it.
You know, we've never done it on Poker Movie Mondays, have we? We did?
Oh, I was going to say,
How
how could
long
you guys
ago?
have not?
Talked to Barry Greenstein about it and everything.
So back when Barry was on the books then?
Yeah.
So a while ago.
It's one of the first ones we ever did.
Anyone got recommendations for something romantic to do tomorrow? It's my 1-year wedding anniversary tomorrow.
Aw.
What do you mean to?
Maybe day 3 of the main event.
For dinner, you mean? Or
Maybe.
some activities?
Something nice. Well, I'm hoping to be playing this. But if not, La Sagrada Familia, something like that. Nice little walk.
Yeah, church is romantic.
Very good. But you should buy the ticket before. So what about
Maybe they want to renew their vows.
Do you want me to bust that? It would be the right thing to do, right?
Yeah,
If you go to the show, if you go there to buy one of these VIP tours, you know.
The VIP tour?
Yeah, it's no queue.
Well, let's see how many we can ladder first. Then maybe the VIP tour. Gaudi Park?
Is Scott Schmidt doing that classic thing of being a know-it-all who is 100% wrong?
Like, I don't even know where someone comes up with this. The director moves the players when the numbers at the table get short. They typically allow the computer to choose the player to move to an open seat, except when it comes to TV.
I promise.
I mean, is there any part of that that's accurate?
On TV or anything like that. I love my wife. I love my wife.
The idea of the tournament director moving players to the table when we need to balance is correct.
But worded strangely.
Sure. There are no computers involved.
43, I guess.
49.
Although, to be fair, now the registration and player management software probably does play a role, but I can assure you that it is completely random who would come to the TV table, who would take the empty seat.
You want to go look at Sagrada Familia too?
We can go together. But not tomorrow.
Oh, we were super strong. It's Jack.
Change, please. Yep.
It's Jack. Yep.
Not the same.
It's Jack.
Sagrada is very, very nice.
It is?
Yeah.
Well,
people in Twitch chat seem to think Doherty looks like Patrick Leonard.
Do it from the morning.
You're not allowed to do a look-alike with another poker player.
Come on, Maria, you know the rules by now.
Go to bed early.
But let's just make an exception because I agree with this one.
Man of Straw says Spraggy is like Marmite. You either love him or hate him. I think it's more like Spraggy's like pizza. You either love him or you're dumb.
She does love the mystery bounty. Maybe a nice double entry into that.
That's cute. Martini finding a couple of hands to get all of his stack in the middle with, and definitely needs it. You know, it's just one of those situations where you're happy if it gets through, but you wouldn't mind getting a call and doubling up because.
Yeah, but when you get a call,
yeah, I mean, when you get a call, you're not. No, you can't. But you can't. How bad could you possibly be doing when you're shoving 13 bigs and getting calls? Now, if it's 23 bigs, bit of a different story. Oh, oh no.
Jeez.
Oh,
Martini.
That was wrong throat. Huh?
I have not been.
No. I have this TV critic.
How about we stop talking while we're choking? Let's.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
No, come on.
All the tens are gone.
Well, that's got to help Ace Jack a little bit.
So Neves has to decide whether to call all in here because Azati is reshoved from the button.
That's right thinking, one respect. I has it.
15 bigs for Neves will be for his tournament life. Because even though Martini has him covered, Azati did ISO with the covering stack.
Colin Sands says, ditch the American commentator. Maria's great. Leave her alone.
Fair fight.
Just 2 days after the Women's Day Platinum Pass giveaway. Unbelievable.
Tell us later. Tell us later.
Oh, 9 on it. You're already set.
So this is a race that Julian Martini needs to win. By the way, everyone has now locked up more than a min cash.
Who's this guy?
More than 10,000 euros being paid out now.
Okay.
So that took the re-entry option. Things are looking up.
Yeah, you've got to sweat now. Can't deal. We've got to just sweat. Just got to say.
Is it
Await your fate.
Huh? It's price jump now. That's why I stopped the watch.
Like F-Boy Island versus Is It Cake? One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
It is an ace-high flop, looking good for Martini.
Ace on the desk.
Yeah, and Zati drawing to a 4 flush because we know he cannot hit a set.
Indeed. And now he's drawing dead.
But he doesn't know that, and neither does Martini. And Martini thinks he still has
This is
to
going to be
sweat it
real
out.
painful now.
It was very not close to a 10.
Got the jump. Good thing I didn't say it.
I feel like they should introduce this in live poker, where like the dealer, a bit like GG, where the dealer can like look at the card first and be like, "It's a heart."
You want this one or you doesn't want it?
Only when it's not me.
Bremseth was very entertained there.
Why is the clock stopped?
It's the Langoliers.
Okay, fess
You know
up.
this guy, Julian?
How many Snickers bars have you guys eaten combined? Any?
0.
In my life?
What? The ones outside. The ones.
0.
What? What's your snack of choice out there?
Bananas?
Oh, James.
I don't really snack either. I had like 2 Pocky sticks earlier.
Yeah, I've tried it. I don't recommend it. Swapping with you, I don't recommend it. You want it?
Banana. That's not going to get it done at
Not in this
11
seat.
p.m.
That is a fair point.
I don't snack,
Good
but
job.
last night I ordered a soup, a salad, a pasta, and 2 ice creams.
Ooh, how was the pasta? I've been eyeing that on the room service menu.
I want to know how
Which
much
one?
Terry was all in for in the bubble.
It was okay.
He just came over when you were in a hand. He came over to try and talk to you and saw that you're in, but he went back to his seat.
Oh, okay.
That's the funny thing about Terry. It could have been like 12K or it could have been 400K.
Yeah.
So clock has been
Feels
paused
like
for
it
a
should have
moment.
been a lot, given that 9 4s in there, but you just never know.
He may have just banged it, you know, for whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess like not that much. But
We'll play out the rest of this level
still
shortly.
could be a reasonable chunk. When was the jump? 287? Yeah.
Just a reminder of the prize money up top in this record-breaking EPT main event. 1.7 million euros for the winner,
Julian's
1
got his
million to the
10K,
runner-up.
he's
The
just
final
asking,
table
he's
to be
going all
played
into,
on
like, ace
Sunday.
jack and all sorts of shit. It's like, get me out of here. I want to go Cigarette Familia.
10K and 6. The next one is 11.
Right now, with 281 players remaining, we are paying out just over 10K, 10,060 euros as players are eliminated.
There you go.
Who's that fat boy dancing?
Terry, you survived.
Wait, what?
Terence is an on the bubble. He has his name.
All right, I'll sit down. Antithesis says, James, your jokes always make me laugh. Even when they bomb sometimes.
I try my best.
We were asking how much he was all in for on the bubble with the ace 10.
Yeah,
150, yeah.
On the bubble, yeah. He said
Ace 10 against 9-4.
4, yeah, 150 each, yeah.
300K pot. Said I knew he had nothing. Not wrong. He's still a risk.
Yeah. As he said, good luck trying to make Terry fold ace 10 in the bubble. I know it was going to be that much. But I've got more time for it.
It's bold.
Oh, yeah. We stop right now? He has like our phone in his hand.
Main event players, time to take your seats. We're about to restart. Main event players, take your seats. Thank you.
Oh, good. We're going to restart.
Shortest break ever.
There will be a break in about 9 minutes' time. I think the entire feature table should all go to the Sagrada Familia tomorrow. Clearly, some lifelong friends have been made today.
Agreed. Maybe they could all pledge a certain percentage of their winnings to its completion. Do you think it would be finished by now if it weren't for siestas?
I mean, I think Gaudi works
Not
for
gonna
most
lie,
of his
I'm looking
life.
forward to the break.
The car guy.
I'm looking forward to getting away from it.
Gaudi, not Audi.
Just get away from it for 20 minutes.
So you're saying that it doesn't have seatbelts?
No seatbelts. Clock is running, cards have been dealt again. Ace Jack early position raise. Spraggy folds. Pedro Neves with King, Queen suited.
It is always coming, Neves.
Well, Neves is the shortest stack at the table after Martini doubled up. And I think this is going to be a call from Pro, and that will put Neves at risk.
Yeah, Neves really hasn't been able to get much going. Lost some chips in the bubble, and now just the best spot that he's been able to find so far.
Nine, 6-4. Neves looking for a king or a queen. They are in short supply, 3 outs.
That's not very good.
No, it's not.
It's always coming, Neves.
So that's Pedro Neves eliminated. We now have fewer than 280 players remaining. And with still a full level to play after the final break this evening, how many are we going to end the day with?
I'm terrible at this game.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, the post-bubble bust-down bonanza hasn't gone as quickly as I thought it would.
It's been a little slow.
101.
I'm going to go with 232.
You got room?
Yeah, I think that's a solid line.
What do I win?
Very good. That's
Niner.
as sharp as attack, that is.
Yeah, after I said 232.
I was in my head already. I said we're
I
gonna
don't
lose.
think
In my head, I
so.
said we're gonna 50. We're gonna lose 50. Every time I look at Moyo's name, it looks like most of the letters in Mojito.
To watch it hosted
Looks like
with,
Mojo,
by
which makes me think of
former-
Shakey's Pizza.
Yeah.
I think it relaunched.
Did you have birthday parties at Shakey's Pizza?
Relaunched with a new
Well,
host,
growing
or had
up,
a new host
Yeah.
for a while,
Shakey's
I think it's
Pizza
still-
was the cafeteria school lunch
Things
pizza
never worked
every
out when they
Thursday.
relaunched, did they?
Like Gladiator.
Yeah.
The reboot of Gladiator.
I still watch the old ones sometimes. Like
Really?
on YouTube. Like I've been known to do it, like, you know, cold November nights at the end of a session at 4 a.m. and you can't sleep.
Favorite Gladiator?
Wolf.
Really? The bad guy?
Yeah.
Same. My brother, we went to watch it. I think it was at NEC in Birmingham. My brother always liked Hunter. No, not Hunter. Warrior. Like, he was like the main guy.
I think it says a lot.
I love the Wolfman because he was like, John Anderson was always getting on at him, fighting with the refs and that.
I think it says a lot about us as well as poker players that we pick Wolf and Hunter instead of like Jet or Lightning or something, you know. Like.
What version of Gladiator did I see?
Julian's just shaking his head, having no idea what we're talking about.
Correct.
Then they rebooted it on Sky One. Not good, folks. Not a good show.
I used to love Gladiators on a Saturday night.
We're talking about Gladiators.
Gladiators, plural.
8,000.
Hosted by Ulrika Johnson and John Fashanu, and at the end, he turned to the camera and go, "Auga!"
I think there's another reboot
no one
coming.
knew why.
American Gladiators is what they're talking about, but like a really bump British version of it.
But
you know what would be a nice twist?
Was that the original version?
Wolfman comes back, but as a referee.
I think ours was original.
I think it was a rip-off of the American format.
I mean, I loved American.
Usually garbage TV flows one way from the UK to the US.
Main event of the EPT.
Contender ready.
My favorite
Yeah,
was
very good.
Nitro on American Gladiators.
Nitro was the bad boy, yeah.
I bet you didn't have John Anderson refereeing American Gladiators.
No, we didn't.
Gladiators, ready! Contestants, ready!
They said the same thing, but I can't remember what the ref's name was, and he did not have a Scottish accent.
Gladiator, not ready.
I would have made you a favor to celebrate.
Shadow's another boss.
Oh, look at that, Sprague, you want a pot?
Shadow's a boss man as well.
I can't remember any of the new ones. The old ones are all great. Lightning,
Jet, Saracen.
Saracen, yeah. Hang Tough was my
feel
favorite
that?
game, probably.
God.
With the rings.
Chills all over my body.
Why are we
Julian,
being judged
don't
here?
tell me you've never seen Gladiator.
This is a legendary British game show.
You will go on my first whistle. A little bit better, Scottish.
There's absolutely no... It would be illegal in France to show that program. It's so bad.
The referee in the gladiator fight, like
The referee in a game show called Gladiator.
Assault was the best challenge, though, right? Where the guy had the tennis ball gun and you had to run between stations that had weapons at them.
Yeah.
Nitro was the toughest.
He was
in Assault.
hard to get past.
Qu'est-ce que c'est le français pour gladiator?
gladiator.
Gladiator. Gladiator.
Do you feel the power of the gladiators?
Is that how it went? I was went like this. Da 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 da.
What would you do if you found out Warrior was a huge poker fan and he was watching this right now and his favorite
No words.
His favorite poker player was Spaghetti.
Can you call the floor? I cannot handle this. This like a British show or something?
I think it started in America because they had American Gladiators.
It's really, really good.
Really good?
Watch it, yeah.
Like on a scale out of 10, like
9.
9?
It's not a 9 out of 10, David.
I think that's fair.
It had its shortcomings, but nostalgia clouds.
But like it had one of the greatest theme tunes of all time as well.
It might have been the best thing to ever make the Scotland.
Can you feel the power of the body?
Yeah.
Huh? We just need to get a photo of you for the TV graphic.
They still eat a king rib there.
All right.
A deep-fried Mars bar is considered one of your 5 a day.
I'm starting to scare you a bit.
I'm more of a casual fan. Like.
Okay.
I'm a super fan.
Pro trying to show down the ace high.
Make my day if Rope was watching.
And Azati thinking king high has some showdown value as well, but gonna get the bad news. But really small pot. Nobody got hurt there.
At the end of number 12. Are we going to squeeze in one more hand before the break?
Julian, if I bust this hand, buddy, if I bust this hand and you hurried it along 5 seconds before break, me and you are going to be doing some, And you're going to be doing some gladiator, hang tough or whatever duel going on here.
One Moss hand.
Well, one more hand before the break, and then on the other side of the break, one more level of poker to be played tonight.
What did you say? He's mad at me? Tell him I'm sorry. Oh.
Looks like Brunseth couldn't be bothered to stay for the last hand, but, you know, he probably didn't have aces.
So this is round the blinds. Giuseppe Moyo in the small, David Doherty in the big. $275 players remaining right now. Make that 274. Moyo raised small to big. Doherty is called.
Threes versus a deuce. Buckle up.
Pipped.
It could all go in here.
Ooh, well, that puts Doherty in the lead, but I don't think Moyo's going to lose too much, because if Doherty decides to just raise right here, I just don't think that Moyo will continue with threes. And if Doherty decides to slow play and just call, I just don't feel like there's many rivers that Moyo's going to want to go for another bet, especially if it gets called here. Couple of draws possible.
Splish.
Is a raise from David Doherty. Moyo made it 6,000, delayed c-bet. Doherty has raised it to 20,000. And I think Moyo is going to have to fold these threes, and that will take us to the last break of the day, ahead of the last level of the day. Let's it go. So, we come to the end of the session. Graphics team, you will go on my first whistle. Break VT, you will go on my second whistle.
Yeah. Sharp.
3, 2, 1.
I've changed.
Chip count.
I've been raised. I've changed my mind. I would like my bet back, please.
So it is Gonzalo Pro who leads the finalists right now, or rather leads the players at this feature table, which we will stick with for the last level of the day. Spraggy playing 23 bigs. Average stack right now is 253,000. So Spraggy is getting closer and closer to the danger zone. The blinds will be up to 2,000, 5,000 when we come back from break. So back inside of 60 minutes, more action here at EPT Barcelona. Eight-six off for Greg Dyer.
How much is that? 72.
Raises to 72,000 as a slot machine pays off in the background.
Raises to 7.
Still got a few seasons to go before they move this event outside of the main casino.
Presto for Sander Liloff.
72,000.
Calls.
Just calls.
With the fives, heads up to the flop.
Flop is 9 of spades, check of diamonds.
Those of you who've been paying attention, by the way, may have noticed that there has been a logo change with PokerStars. This is the first time that the star has been in the spade.
God.
11,000.
People love that kind of stuff.
Sorry, 110,000. 110.
What has now become an iconic logo made its first appearance on the branding at this event.
Oh, that's the correct rule. Okay.
Okay, so Dyer is being ruled that he has to, because he said 11, has to bet 24,000.
Oh, he meant to go 110?
Yeah, he meant 11 10,000s.
So that is a min bet. I enjoyed the trivia from James. I'm looking at John on the cam here. I see him sort of turning his nose up a little bit, a little bit flipping with it. I think it's a nice comment. I don't know why you have to be the way you are sometimes, Joe Stapleton.
Okay. I apologize. I like the trivia as well. I just didn't think there's any chance that anyone had noticed that.
We have got a straight draw for Dyer. 5's still good.
Sender checks.
Oh, no.
There's a potentially fire river card. And this hand made all the more interesting that Lilov probably shouldn't even be here if Dyer had bet what he intended to bet on the flop for 110,000.
Right.
But the good price made Lilov peel. Now Dyer picks up equity with the open-ender, chooses to bet again 140,000. But how does Lilov even see a river here? It's very tough, right? Very tough.
I mean, I guess you can still consider it like a bargain, right? Because of the small bet on the flop. Oh, no. It's like you're still benefiting from that.
40,000.
Right, because the bet was smaller on the flop, the pot is smaller to the turn, so the turn sizing is obviously naturally lower. The river is not the fireworks we might have expected. But it is a pretty significant brick in that Dyer can be bluffing with hands like Queen 10, King Queen, Ace X of spades, King X of spades. There's plenty that does miss.
Looks like Dyer's loading up here to bluff the river.
Yeah, and I mean, Dyer is going to have plenty of value hands. He's going to have Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack, right? Pocket nines, 10-8 suited, queens, kings, aces, Jack 9 suited. So Lilov, it's not like he gets here and thinks, well, Dyer can never have anything. But he has to weigh how often he's going to have those hands versus how often he's going to have a hand like 8-6 or King Queen or Queen 10. He makes that call. That is a huge call. That's an outrageous call.
For Greg, which is 8 high.
And no one loves it more than Mark Telcher banging the table in appreciation, urging the crowd to applaud his friend. Come on, clap.
It's a pretty big hand to bet the river.
What? No, I don't.
No?
Oh, I'll bet a jack there any day.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to bet a 7 or a 9, right?
Yeah, you would bet a jack there.
Mark makes a bet of 75,000.
Well, we just saw Dyer get caught with his hands in the proverbial cookie jar. And now it's Telcher blasting into Dyer's, I guess technically 2 pair, 9s and jacks.
Greg calls 75,000. The river card is a king of...
Oh, come on.
Greg checks.
Well, Telcher improves. It is a river that's going to improve a lot of its bluffs, not just this King 7, which is probably on the wider side of things, but, you know, King 10, Queen 10, King Queen, those gut shots, those straight draws. But 10-8 missed, spades missed, Dyer's still with a 9 against a pretty aggressive opponent at a table that we've seen a lot of bluffing, we've seen a lot of hero calls.
162,000.
It's just so classic. So classic. Like, you just had the hand you were like positive was the best hand.
What?
You have a 9?
Yeah.
Maybe he knows that too.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here.
Not
Why
in
is
the pot.
Slightly inappropriate, question mark?
Oh, Telcher's going to blast off after this no matter what, right?
Oh, you think he's having an Andy Black moment?
Yeah, this should be real good.
Okay. I hadn't thought about that.
How much is it? 15?
If there's one thing we know, it's that
162.
Mark loves lecturing Sander.
Sander, for some reason, decided to ask Dyer if he has a 9 in this spot. I don't know if he thinks he's in the hand or...
I mean, and he said he did. Man, that's actually really, really out of line, influencing the action like that.
Well, let's see what happens.
For Mark, he has 2 pairs, kings and jacks.
Bad flop turn
And
on
wins
river.
the hand. That's the end of this round.
Is it coming?
Tell him off, tell him off.
I guess, I mean, he won the pot, so maybe he's kind of happy about it.
40? Your small blind. Oh, thank you, buddy.
Nope. No lecture coming.
Just letting it go.
I mean, he did get more money out of it.
So Dyer has gone from chip lead to last in chips. Big swing.
Yeah.
He is the sultan of swing.
Not just last in chips. I think he is in the danger zone.
Danger zone. He is in very narrow straights.
Mark is raising to 120,000.
Well, no money for nothing at this final table.
Oh, come on. You got to leave me 1.
Jack 9 versus Ace 10. Telcher v. Liloff. The flop is Ace Jack 9.
Ace.
Top pair versus 2 pair.
Hearts, ace of diamonds.
It's awesome that they're close friends and their flags are inverses of each other, too. It's light and dark, salt and pepper.
A real Romeo and Juliet. Brothers in arms.
Chocolate and peanut butter.
Oh, are you these Spraggy, or is your familiarity with the back catalogue of that particular band that good?
Spraggy, you got to just leave me the 1 for when he busts out, okay?
Hey, why worry, Joe? I got you.
Send us calls. Turn card, 10 of clubs.
Oh,
wow,
boy,
what a
oh,
huge
boy.
turn. Liloff retakes the lead. Top 2 versus bottom 2.
Wow.
So dirty.
And again, we're playing at a table that's seen a lot of bluffing. We've seen a lot of chips flying.
And 70,000.
And ace 10 is not the nuts.
Not the nuts, but nutted.
It's a very straighty board.
I think Telcher can still be pretty happy with his hand, right? I'd imagine he, you know, there's plenty of worse ace-x he can get value from Liloff. There's hands like Queen 10 that are going to call again.
I'm not complaining.
That's the only thing that might stop this being an all-in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Dyer has a very short stack. Neither of these guys, there's a big pay jump, third to second.
7 of clubs.
And these guys, we already know, they're very aware. Telcher spoke about, you know, you want someone to bust. We saw him look at pairs. He knows about ICM considerations.
I smell a very demonstrative check here.
Well, the board has just got straighter on the river.
A very, like, I'm checking now, Sander.
Check, check.
And ace 10 is the hand for Sanders. You got 2 bet up.
Take it.
Sanders wins a big pot.
No bet at the river from Lilov. Snap checks behind with a very strong 2-pair and a fist bump between these two.
I was happy you didn't bluff me. That was nice.
I think heads up in general, back in 2007 and before, it feels a lot more adversarial. It feels a lot more personal than it does today. It feels a lot more 1v1. I'm going to play you. I'm going to play. You're very much playing the opponent, which is true to a point today. But obviously, heads up strategy is a little bit more evolved. This feels a little bit more sort of fly by the seat of your pants and putting your opponent to the test again and making moves on your opponent based on live reads, live tells, like putting them 1v1 situations.
Total.
Well, huge hand here for Telcher. Lilov opened to 120k and Telcher has re-raised to 260k.
If I call, I have position on the flop. But I'm just going to go all in.
Cool.
Slightly overplayed Jack 10.
His hand is pocket kings.
And Telcher, the at-risk player, but an 84% favorite here to double up with kings.
What an absolutely perfect situation for Telcher with the kings. Unbelievable.
Flop comes first, cut is a check. A queen, the 7, 3 hearts.
Okay, that's not so bad.
Pair of checks now for
Telcher has the heart covered. Still looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Better flush draw. Let's see the turn cards.
Can I have another flop?
Is another.
Oh! Trip jacks on the turn.
Sanders in front with
How?
Now Mark needs a king or a heart on the river. If it doesn't pair the board. Let's see the river card.
Deuce of clubs, please.
It's a 4 and we have...
And that will seal the deal for Sander Lilov. Mark Telcher denied the 2-time. It's his friend who wins the EPT Barcelona main event. The champion in Spain in season 4 cashes for 1.17 million euros. Telcher gets 673k for second place.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000, ante is 500. And Salas is not going to play that hand. Balachin takes a peek. He's not going to play. Over to Ariel Celestino. Queen 10 offsuit. Now we're short-handed.
That's a hand, that I really want to stay away from. Like I told you before, I'd rather play the suited connector than the 2 high cards that if you make top pair, your kicker's going to be weak. I don't like playing those hands. I call them my trouble hands.
Well, it could be trouble for Celestino, but who knows? He's moved all in.
Oh.
And Aguad has moved all in, and we haven't heard from him in a while.
I bet he's got the goods this time.
The excitement is building. Umberto Brenes among many people here to watch. Celestino, Aguad, and he's asking for his chiquititas.
Sure enough, he does have a great hand. Ace-king suited, premium. But unfortunately for him, Celestino has 2 live cards, a queen and a 10, which means that he's got a 34% chance to survive.
Celestino hits a queen, but he's not happy because Aguad hits his ace. Ace, queen, 6 rainbow board, and Aguad likes it.
And Celestino is down to a 17% chance to survive. He's hoping for a queen or a 10 at this point.
Aguad asking for the small cards.
It's become his signature line.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Aguad likes it, and he should like it. Celestino is down to 5 outs. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river, or he will be eliminated in 11th place.
And Aguad takes a dominating lead with an 89% chance to win.
And the river is a 6 of diamonds, and Aguad wins.
Here's the problem with this guy. He's so likable. I mean, even his opponents can't root against him.
And as Celestino makes his way to the rail, Curious Aguad finally has something to yell about.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Yes, day 2 of the main event still continues. One more level to play during the last session. we saw the bubble burst, and we witnessed the first half of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. How many more will fall before we end day 2 and bag and tag for day 3? By the way, remember when I said we were sticking with the same feature table? I lied. We have a new lineup on the main stage. The chip leader hasn't changed though. Andre Marques, PT Fisherman, still leads. Jimmy Guerrero, a former EPT finalist, also in the top 5. But you may have already recognized a couple of the faces we've got at our new feature table. Adrian Mateos, Leo Margetts, Kimmo Kirko, who is the runner-up here in Barcelona. In 2013, finished second to Tom Middleton. Sergio Coutinho is in the 1 seat. There is Kimmo Kirko.
Good
old Pocket Kings himself.
Adrian Mateos, winner of Monte Carlo in 2015.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Kaladu So, a former Prague main event champion, plus David Hanlon, Oscar Masterson, Leo Margetts, and last but by no means least, Frederick Skarstad.
I can understand why we wanted to squeak this table, and there's plenty of pedigree here.
So just to confirm, guys, Spraggy is still in, but with this lineup at a single table, how do we not bring these guys to the main stage? Under the gun raise from Leo Margetts.
Started with 106.
And Oscar Masterson has called Queen 7-4 on the flop.
Pretty safe flop for the 8s. Gonna bet for a little bit of protection from 2 overcards, which is exactly what she gets Oscar to fold.
Sorry, which is my... Okay.
Leo Margetts has a personalized hoodie with a name stitched on it.
Yeah.
Wait, everyone knows it's hers.
She has a Mary Poppins bag as well. She's going to pull a lamp out of it at any point.
Well, whatever Leo wants, Leo Margetts. You know she waxed my chest once.
No, I somehow haven't heard that story, Stapes. I'm surprised, though. You don't lead with that?
Her and Fatima de Mello did it together.
Ooh. Love Fatima.
It was a
I
challenge,
miss her.
Stapes VT, that we can no longer run on the stream because we got flagged for male nudity. Kaladu So has raised from the cutoff to 11,000. Leo Margetts, who is relatively short, decides to move all in, prompting a fold from Kaladu. Mateos is actually the shortest stack at this new feature table with 13 bigs. Oscar Masterson has 17 bigs. Leo Margetts hovering around the 25 big blind mark. It's been a good day for getting former champions on the main stage. For an extended period earlier, we had Noah Boeken, Patrick Antonis and Chino Rheem. Now we've got Mateos and Kaladu So. Kirko, being a runner-up in an EPT, came very, very close.
Right here.
Yeah. And they say no one remembers second place. You do.
I oftentimes have a difficult remembering who's won Barcelona because it usually happens so late.
There's always one at every table.
Probably more than one. All right, so we're told that Michael here prefers to go by Frederick Scarfstad. We had a Scarf guy win last year. This could be literally Scarfstad guy.
Really big hand to wake up with in the big blind. Effective stack is 46 bigs of Coutinho. And I mean, you can't love it as an under the gun opener to face a 3-bet out of the big blind. You would expect that they would give you credit for having a really strong opening range. And so it's not extremely comfortable. If you were a little bit shorter, then, you know, certainly you're just going to go with it. But in this particular situation, it looks like he's going to just call in C3.
Wow, all diamonds. Coutinho probably happy to have the Jack of Diamonds as perceived insurance, but with Ace King of Diamonds, Scarfstad has flopped the nuts.
Yeah, when you're facing a pre-flop 3-bet, the only hand you're really going to beat here is, you know, Ace King, but without a diamond in hand, because you feel like it's going to be pretty tough to not have to put more chips in the middle to see another one, but you're not even 100% sure if you want a diamond.
Nice little quarter pot bet.
Now,
less than, I should say.
One quick note, by the way. A lot of players now have their PokerStars online accounts linked with their PokerStars live accounts. So when they register for an EPT, when they play one of our live events, it will directly link them to the country where they play PokerStars. So when Sergio Coutinho has the Maltese flag, that's because he is in our system as a resident of Malta.
I don't know why people are so obsessed with this in the first place, all day long with the flags.
All in.
The reality is, Portugal is one of those countries where a lot of top pros have left so that they can play against the rest of the world, and many have relocated to countries like Malta or Brazil.
Or Moldova. What a great card on the turn for the pocket jacks, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't ahead on the flop, you certainly aren't going to be on that turn, especially if you give your opponent a little bit of credit for having 3-bet value pre.
Is it Saturday yet?
Not even close.
Because the chat pros are out in force right now. A lot of people who don't have the money to play this event criticizing that shove on the turn.
Got a call with the Grafton 10-9 suited, raising under the gun. With Coutinho calling, we go heads up to the flop, which is 10-6-3.
Was there ever any doubt that the Grafton was going to outflop ace deuce here? No. No doubt whatsoever. Kirko bets 9,000. Another small bet. Coutinho folds. Okay. Thought I heard the word call. That would have been pretty strange.
So confirming the lineup and the chip stacks of the 8 players we have at this feature table. Skarfstad, the biggest stack. Mateos, the shortest. We are at the 2K, 5K blind level. The last level of day 2, with 261 players now remaining.
So pocket 8s. The snowman's for a cool guy.
Num num. Eight's a significant favorite.
Kirko checks. Easy bet for so. Easy fold for Kirko.
So far, not as talkative of a bunch as the previous feature table.
It's been a slow descent into silence today from the Chino Rheem, Noah Boeken table to the Spraggy Doherty table.
I think it's a combination of 2 factors. Yes, it's a different lineup, but also we're getting into the fatigue zone now. It's past midnight. Everyone just wants to be done for the day. And yet we've still got an hour and 15 minutes of poker to play.
What did I say my line was? 232?
You said 232.
Okay. Just want to keep an eye on that.
Notice how James didn't weigh in.
No, because I actually thought 232 was strong, that I didn't know which side of the line to take.
I already know that Mateos is going to find a way to win this hand. I just know. You give the man any equity, who cares if he's got 10 bigs?
Ian asks, why do they play till so late in the morning? The answer, massive field size.
Yeah, need to have this game finished by Sunday. And to get from 2,294 entries to a champion, you need to play 6 levels per day, every single day. Some more eliminations from the outer tables. That is Lawrence Stein. It is hashtag death by quads.
Do it again.
And sadly, Papo MC has also gone.
Pocket threes for Skarfstad. So defending. He's 6. King at 10 deuce, 2 clubs. Three's ahead, so checks. Skarfstad continues.
Yeah, with these small c-bet sizes, that ace of clubs is a pretty good card to have in your hand to continue with.
Well, ace-6 picks up a draw. Kind of hard to double barrel this, especially when a lot of the hands that would have called them flop, if they weren't already beating threes, would have hit this jack.
Yeah, except for the fact that Skarfstad does have more of the nutted hands, considering this was just a single raise pot pre. So, you know, you don't really, especially hijack open, you don't expect Sao to have ace king, kings, jacks, 10 sometimes.
Skarfstad with close to a 100 big blind stack. Adrian Mateos with a sub 10 big blind stack.
He's thinking, this is too easy. Something bad's gonna happen. That's what I think, at least. Anytime things seem to be going my way, my bluffs are getting through, I'm getting paid off when I have it, I'm just like, I know what I'm gonna get. Kings against aces any minute now.
It's so crazy that you will have a bluff get through sometimes.
So Leomar gets us opened with ace-9. Adrian Mateos deciding what to do with queen-9. Calls in position. Calado folds the small blind. It's David Hanlon in the big blind.
More like David, handsome.
Queen 8-6.
Ooh, this is gonna be trouble for Mateos.
Well, Hanlon has checked. Well, gets. Might not want to c-bet into 2 opponents.
Yeah, especially with Mateos flatting on the button. I really think that this is going to hit his range quite often. pretty much pot back from Mateos.
Oh boy.
All in for 39,000. And Hanlon, with top pair and a better kicker, has the decision.
Problem is even though there's some draws out there, you do have Margette's to act behind you. Maybe she has some traps there herself, some over pairs that she checks over to Mateos here that you're not going to be beating with Queen 10. And, you know, Mateos also flatted off of his stack pre, and he can certainly have Queen Jack, King Queen sometimes, you know, better kickers with that queen and maybe even a few traps himself. So I think that's why Hanlon is taking some time to think about this. It's definitely not a fist pump situation when you layer in all of the factors, but
why does everyone say fist pump? I have a pump, but it's not for my fist. Like half your stack. Eventually does get the chips in good.
And Leon Margette's folds, showdown. Queen 9 versus Queen 10. Mateos drawing thin.
pretty unlucky to be outkicked in this spot, looking for a 9. It's funny because when Mateos is all in at my table, I'm never rooting for him, but when he's at other people's tables, I'm like, yeah, go Adrian.
Well, he's drawing to 2 outs, needs a 9 on the river. Instead, Barry Greenstein makes an appearance that does not save Adrian Mateos. He is KO'd.
Adios, Adrian.
Cashing for just over 10,000 euros. He does not still have 2 outs. A 9 can no longer save him.
If he's not there, maybe I get to the river and I win the hand.
Side.
Maybe. I was worried about him butting 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
was like, this looks
but it's good because he's repping way stronger.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I mean, made me think about it anyway.
Yeah, but
Can't fold.
you don't want to say I had a 9 too.
Ace King for Kimo Koko has opened to 11,000. Can it do so? 8-3 of diamonds on the button. Decides not to get creative. Ace 9. And Hanlon gives up the small blind. Oscar Masterson in the big has also folded. Yarrow says, what? How is this still going? They've been playing since forever. And today is only the 2nd day of a 6-day MTT.
Dude, that's going to happen when 2,294 people enter your event.
I mean, you could get it done in a day if you had 15-minute blind levels, but the reality is this has a pretty slow structure with 90-minute blind levels.
Ace, king, back to back. Must be nice. Especially because you already had some of your opponents thinking about making a light 3-bet, and now Sal also has another type of hand that he could consider 3-betting with, but okay, still feeling disciplined at this hour.
Yeah. Shark77 says, how many players were there last year? I'm not going to take you literally. Obviously, this event didn't run in 2021 or 2020. 2019, 1,988. That was a record. That record has been broken this year. 2,294 entries. Yes, if you watched our live coverage back in 2019, you may remember we were playing 12-hour days every single day, 6 levels, cutting through that field. By the way, Simon Brandstrom, who won the main event in 2019, is still in. Is still one of the last 249 players. Could he go back-to-back and win the 2 biggest EPT main events ever held?
That would be pretty amazing. What is he going to do with all that money?
Aaron says, how big do you think EPT London will be? Not as big as this, but hopefully still a success.
Oh. We've got a classicist on our hands.
So in addition to Brandstrom going strong, who is the reigning champion in this event, Marcelo Samoas, the most recent EPT main event champion, the guy who took down Monte Carlo in May, he's still in the last 247, and he's just hit 1 million chips. But yes, this looks like it's going to be... Oh, here's a complication.
Oh boy.
It's definitely a difficult spot because if you just call the 3-bet from the big blind, you don't know what So's going to do behind you. And you might just be burning chips into the ether, but yes, that feels like the right play considering there's still a big stack behind you that has to react to this 3-bet. And I think we know what that reaction is going to be considering the effective stack size. Just about 30 bigs for Hanlon. Going to be happy to call it off with ace-king.
Oh, we're going to see the sickest and classicest of all races at the feature table. There is the all-in from Kalidou So, the call all-in from David Hanlon. Hanlon, the at-risk player with the 2 overcards. So, the slight favorite with queens.
Like getting your chest waxed by Fatima de Mello versus getting your chest waxed by Leo Margetts. One of these 2 things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Flop is Jack 6-4. Queens are holding. Eight of clubs on the turn. Aces and kings, the cards working for Hanlon. He needs to hit to survive. River card. Is another queen. So David Hanlon is eliminated by Kalidou So. Kalidou becomes the table chip leader with nearly 600k. Hanlon will cash out for just over 10,000 euros.
Time for Hanlon to hang it up.
Kalidou was the winner in Prague in 2017. Got a platinum pass in addition to the trophy and first place prize money. So got a free seat in the first ever PSPC in the Bahamas. Of course, platinum pass is still being awarded right now for the second Players' Championship that will be taking place at PCA 2023 early next year. Oh, an early position raise from Kalidou So. Aces on the button for Leo Margetts. And is that just a call?
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Oh.
I mean, I think she understands that if she 3-bets off of about 22 bigs, that would look very strong. If she 3-bet shoves, there's going to be very limited hands that she will get called with. So doesn't want to lose her customer, ends up getting another one out of the big blind as well. Still a big favorite.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay. What Leo wants, Leo gets. Okay.
Absolutely. Top set, the case ace on the flop. Kalidou So probably feeling invincible with 2 pair.
Oh boy, he is quite invincible.
Yeah, full double up incoming, unless it goes running clubs.
So Kalidou very happy to continue into 2 opponents. 13,000.
Dear PokerStars, Kalidou So can also hit running 6s.
Margette's hand very disguised here, but even if it wasn't, So obviously just has so much of the board.
Oh, it is the 10 of clubs on the turn. Kalidou So picks up the nut flush draw to go with his 2 pair. Has 21% equity.
And for So, it's just so much hand that you're just thinking of ways to keep your opponent in. You're considering, you know, could I even check? I didn't get a 3-bet pre, so what hands could even call me?
Yeah.
Ace 6 of clubs.
66,000 in the pot. The second barrel from Kalidou So is 24,000.
Margette's just considering, you know, there's a chance that sometimes you could have your opponent drawing dead, so why put in the raise and perhaps scare them off? But of course, 2 flush draws possible, a couple straight draws as well. Does she just want to put the rest of her chips in?
A lot of people are calling for the board to pair a club on the river, and one person specifically called for 5 of clubs and highlighted it. Spent channel points to highlight a 5 of clubs on the river. So yeah, you know, board pair the club, go for it. Try your best.
7 of diamonds. Caluso says all in. Leomar calls it off and will get the full double up.
Whoops.
Sometimes slow playing aces works.
So many people are going to go broke slow playing aces in spots where they probably shouldn't.
Yeah, especially because, you know,
how can we both hit so much? Yeah.
we see that the diamond flush got there on the end, and if the club flush was the one that got there, I mean, Marquez is still going to put the rest of her chips in. So it was just meant to be for her to get all the chips.
New player coming to the feature table. Oh, we've seen this guy before. It's Giuseppe Moyo. He was on our previous feature table.
He got moved to the previous feature table.
And now he's back again.
He's like, yep, no, I know where it is.
Still has a lot of chips, close to $500,000, and he is now the table chip leader. We still have one empty seat, so somebody else might be joining us soon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, story checks out.
Nova asking, did they move Spraggy off? Why? Because we don't like him.
I thought he's broke. For all things Spraggy, why don't you guys follow Spraggy's Twitter, @Spraggy.
This is a limp from Oscar Masterson. Out of a 15 big blind stack, just calls with 10s. No, he hasn't. He's raised. That makes a bit more sense.
That's an anagram for mess on ass.
I mean, I don't know where we go from here.
He's not wrong.
Thomas says, yo, casters, which of you two is the funniest? I don't know. Which of you four is best at counting?
Oh, look, it's Sir Watts. Mike Watson is going to take the empty seat.
The Mad Dog? Foaming at the mouth as usual. Look at him all looking around the table, licking his chops, wondering who he's going to sink his teeth into first. The only thing scarier than his play is the way he berates people after every hand. Mad Dog Watson.
You have green chips there, right?
Abracuda says, I don't get how PokerStars is forbidden in Spain but still has Team Pro. I don't see how those two things are connected, but it's also incorrect. PokerStars is not forbidden in Spain. PokerStars is licensed in Spain.
It's extra legal in Spain. I heard the King of Spain plays on PokerStars. Mike Watson genuinely looked sad when he busted the super high roller. I I mean, it's hard to go deeper than he did final table, but I hope he goes deep in this. I like him a lot.
Well, this could be the start of a double.
He doesn't bring a lot of chips with him. Ace 10 suited under the gun. You're like, It's supposed to end up being the best hand, but and there it is, the better hand. Ace Jack in the small blind. And 3 bets at 35,000. Back on Mikey Watson, the Mad Dog. Still loving that Henley. Your man looks good in a Henley, doesn't he?
Now the chat's going to think Mike Watson's
All
my
right,
man.
yeah, no, sorry.
Mike Watson is happily married. Not to me.
Mike decides to peel for about half a stack, a little more than. And sadly, going to be tough to get away from this.
Oh. Is this going to be a case of high Mike, bye Mike?
Seems like it. Hi, Mike. Bye, Mike. You can ride out on my bike.
Yeah, I had a chance to get away from it, but not now. Obviously, when you open from under the gun off of that stack size and you get 3-bet, feels like your opponent's going to have you beat, just because we've seen people open under the gun off of, 10 to 12 bigs and have it, right? So that's why we saw Mike Watson just call pre-flop, but now after flopping an ace, it's just not going to be any getting away. And interesting that Moyo just checked it over to him as well on the flop.
Yeah, it all happened in a strange order. Check, bet, raise, call. Yeah. That's frustrating.
He's only just arrived. We've only just put a microphone on him.
Hi, Mike. Bye, Mike. Raphone. Well, people big contend here pretty regularly against me. Okay. Opportunities now.
Ooh, I've been dying to sing the song in person with no delay.
Ooh.
I'm rooting for it. King, queen.
Oh.
No, not that one.
Well, that's what I get for rooting for someone.
Mike Watson will cash out for just over 10K, 236 remaining. I'm taking the under on your line, Maria.
Oh, well, easy to say now, James. Where were you an hour and a half ago?
Contemplating.
I was going to say that James, the reason why he didn't answer earlier is because he likes it to get way closer to the answer and then weigh in. I think Mike Watson also went deep in something before the super high roller too, though, right? I don't mean like in previous years, although if I'm wrong, I'll claim that's what I meant.
like Mike Watson's just one of those people that consistently puts up results.
Yeah.
So you always feel like they recently had a deep run or had a big score.
Arrow Shark asks, any Team Pros still in? Yes. Thank you for your question. Yeah, he won the 50K last week, 872,000 euros.
84.
Although one time I did congratulate him on cashing the super high roller here, and he had not cashed. So I'm glad that I wasn't wrong this time.
What was his response?
He said thanks. He said thanks.
As
He's
nice,
the best.
polite
Yeah, no,
Canadians do.
He's the best, yeah.
He is Canadian, right?
He is indeed. iTaser asks, follow-up, what Team Pros are still in? All the ones that haven't gone broke yet. Thank you for your question. Ace 10 playing against Queen 5. 5 does outflop Ace 10.
Yeah, I definitely want to go for value, especially against a button open.
And we have gotten to the river, which is the 6 of clubs. That 5 still good. Giuseppe Moyo. Set to lose this one unless there's some sort of FPS nonsense. $18,000 into 45. Just over a third of the pot.
Yeah, the sizing just really set to target the ace high. It's pretty tough for Samuelsson to have many bluffs here.
Moyo is going to put Samuelsson all in, it looks like.
I mean, I think targeting that sizing, that kind of feels like these type of weaker value.
Not quite all in. Just 25K to call.
But, you know, when you take that sizing in this spot, you know that sometimes you're going to be opening yourself up to this type of rebuttal from your opponent. And if you're prepared for that, then sometimes you might be able to find a call, but just not sure. Yeah, Samuelsson's not going to do it.
That one's going to hurt. Do not watch the stream later. Steven asks, how much longer will the stream go today? 41 minutes left on the level, although they will not play that all the way out. They usually draw for hands at the end of the night. Sometimes it takes a little bit less. Sometimes it takes a little bit more. Man of Straw asks, does anyone know how much Dave Doherty has? Yes. Dave Doherty knows. Thank you for your question. Moyo at 7-5 suited in the cutoff, makes it 10,000. Moyo the chip leader. Although Calduso has nearly 100 big blinds himself.
So far, so staying out of trouble. There's definitely been a few spots in late position against a late position opener where you see so thinking about 3-betting light, but just deciding against it, maybe feeling like there's no need to tangle with other capable players.
And this is an interesting flop. Dive and draw for Moyo. Pair of threes for Margetts.
Yeah, I expect that Moyo's going to put a good bit of pressure with this board, with the draw that he has. Definitely can also turn some straight draws as well. So going to be a lot of cards that he can double barrel on.
I'm tired.
9 on the turn does not improve anyone.
Yeah, you're going to expect your opponent, when they defend out of the big blind, to perhaps have a lot of these weak second, third pair type hands. So kind of surprised to not see Moyo go for it. I mean, you can't.
Checks to showdown. And Moyo is going to see a hand that maybe could have been bluffed. The problem is, Maria, the reason why I answer everybody with trolley answers is because it's not going to satiate them. If I answer, yes, there's a Team Pro still in, and yes, it's Spraggy, I'm going to get asked that same question 5 seconds later, 7 seconds later.
No, I get it.
So I don't see the point.
I would.
Yeah, you've got a tough job.
Oh, you cannot see me neither, not even with the glasses, but.
Kimo Kirko, former runner-up at EPT Barcelona. Remember the guys with the shiny hats? That was him. He was one of them. King Jack off. Somebody asking what percentage of Spraggy I have. Just to be clear, I would never, ever take or have a percentage of anyone in an event in which I'm doing commentary.
Like 260?
250.
Looks like Leo's cutting out a 3-bet from the small blind.
Well, we know she flats aces. What could this be? Ace deuce suited. And has picked a decent hand to attack. Scarfstad out with 4 high. Although I did take a piece of someone in a World Series event this year, and they did win a bracelet, and I have a check for $4,000 waiting for me at home when I get there.
Ooh, who was this? How come I didn't?
Steve Albini.
Oh, yeah. I think I could have put that one together if I took some time.
Yeah. Kirko lays it down. And Margetts continues trending upward. Got the full double a short while ago when she was on, I don't know, 25, 26 big blinds, and now is up to nearly 60 big blinds.
How much like could it come?
That's right, Spirit of the Tuna. Steve Albini, the legendary music producer.
Thank you.
One of the many, many interesting people I became friends with during the pandemic through PokerStars home games. I met statisticians and doctors, lawyers, actors, writers. Who else? Powerhouses in the professional sporting world, members of the sports media. Poker was really, really a North Star for a lot of people.
Yeah, and
over those 2 years.
And after all this time, you know, I think the best part about poker is just how it brings people from all different walks of life together. And I just really would not have been able to meet such interesting, fascinating people if it weren't through this common thread of poker. And I think that's my biggest takeaway from all my years in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, where else would I be able to spend so much time with people that can help my career? It really brought us all together.
Yeah, you know, losing money to them is just a small price to pay.
I mean, I lose like $100 bucks a week for 2 years straight, and all of a sudden I'm getting free 76ers tickets. I'm getting invites to play on TV. Do I have any plumber friends? No, but I did meet an EMT who turned out to be a pretty good pal. Some blue-collar people in there. A lot of people that work in like the film industry, people who work on the business side, people work for Criterion Channel. Lots of these folks, by the way, I ended up pulling in to be guests on Poker in the Ears. Tons of interesting people. Met a cool professor. I'm sure I'm leaving some people out, but it was really nice having poker. Coutinho and Kirko taking a flop. Blind on blind. Both miss. No one improves on the turn either. I guess technically they both improve, but you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. And I also know that the ace-queen's a little under-repped right now, just because it was a limped pot pre, but both players having some showdown value. I don't think Kirko is going to feel that it's necessary to bet here. He does check behind.
There you go. That's going to make you feel better about your hand. You're probably feeling okay about it. With top pair, top kicker. Never unwelcome. And Coutinho is finally going to try to take a stab at this when it is a little too late to get value, that is. Maybe not. Maybe Kirko's going to pay it off with ace high.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's got to be a queen and a queen only, right? Because you would expect that an 8 would have just led the flop. A 10 would have just led the turn. But gonna give Coutinho the benefit of the doubt here.
Sergio Coutinho gonna pick up that pot. Only 25 big blinds. Shortest stack at the table is Oscar Massison. That's with 11 big blinds.
Jimmy. Bonjour, ça va? Hello.
Another familiar face here. Not surprising, you know, when we get deep into these big EPT events. You're just gonna see some regs.
Yeah. Jimmy Guerrero, who I believe made a final table in Monte Carlo?
No worries.
Monte Carlo, that's right. Great question here from Kersey. Is any celebrity playing in the main tournament, or did they play? Yes, totally, absolutely.
Yeah, lots.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
But really, though, did Neymar play the main?
I don't think Neymar
He just
played
the high roller.
I think they dropped a ladder from the ceiling and helicopter out of here right after
Immediately.
he busted his super high roller second bullet. Raise and take it for Skarstead. I think Neymar had to be at practice. I think I heard people talking that he said to be at practice like today or yesterday or something.
Okay, so I don't know when the soccer season starts.
It's all year round. There's like 3 days a year there's no soccer. It's because of the different time zones around the world. It's because of the World Cup.
You play the main?
Are you messing with me?
Still the main?
I think you're messing with me. Nope. No sport plays year-round. I do know the World Cup is going to be in November, though, because I know a lot about sports, as you can tell.
Maria knows about getting free tickets to sports, like I do. Did you go to the Super Bowl this year?
No, you did, and
I
was
did.
shocked.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I was thinking of me.
I was shocked that you felt like that experience was worth what you paid for it prior to going.
I paid face value for the ticket is the main thing. Now, if I paid
that.
way more than face value, maybe not, but I felt like a deal getting to go to that at face value. I like to go to events. I like to go. All right, we got a hand developing here. We'll talk about this in a second. So Margette's the opening raiser here, and we do not know her cards, which is cool. I like that. Coutinho, flats with nines. Kirko on the button. Okay, queen 10 of diamonds, fine. I guess we'll just have them. I just said I like... Okay. Kirko is going to re-raise from the button to 42,000. The human calculator says that's 4.2x.
So far, so good, human calculator. I mean, I don't know if I'm worthy of checking the human calculator's work.
No, it's okay.
But
it's fine. I don't have an ego about it. You think Mozart had an ego if you were like, oh, that's a beautiful piece of music? No, he'd be like, yeah. So Leo's out. Coutinho with nines. What I like to call the neeners.
yeah, and I think this is a spot where when it gets squeezed, you might be inclined off of your stack to just put it in and hope for a flip. There's a lot of dead money in the middle, and obviously if you're up against ace-king or ace-queen, then you're pretty happy. And of course, there's always a chance that Kirko could be 3-betting without it, right? So all of those things to consider. Obviously a very attractive squeeze spot for Kirko. Could be taking it with a lot less of a hand.
Comment estás? Bien.
Bien. ¿Y tú?
Ça va, ça va. C'est beau Barcelone, c'est bien. Belle ville.
Mais Pour moi, c'est un peu ennuyant parce que normalement, quand tu
Coutinho.
vas jouer du poker, tu restes très près de
Remember,
l'hôtel.
started the
Moi,
hand with like
j'habite
25 big blinds. I don't think it's a huge mistake to get 25 big blinds with nines here, right?
Not at all. If you feel like the three better has, you know, any type of three betting range here that is going to be light, or even the value ones that trend towards the 2 over cards, there's just so much dead money in the middle. I like it.
There's the nearly all in from Coutinho. Now, oftentimes, players would do that in case there's a lot of action behind. But we're on a ladder bubble right now. Thank you, Tom. That could be a reason to slow things down a little bit. Kurtko puts Coutinho in for the rest of it.
Madrid, c'est plus en forme, Madrid.
Si.
Madrid. Ah ouais, moi je n'ai jamais été à Madrid. Faut que j'aille. Regarde, le pays, c'est un fou dangereux, lui. Voilà, c'est un fou. Incroyable.
And Coutinho does put the rest of the chips in.
Bonne chance, messieurs. Good luck, guys.
So we are going
the one who has the best luck
to Flipsville. Like humble bragging that you went to the Super Bowl versus humble bragging about all the famous people you play poker with. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Comment t'attends? Hein? Moi, j'aime toujours les outsiders, moi.
And there's a king on the flop. That's going to be all but lights out for Coutinho. Much like the Raiders making the Super Bowl, Coutinho is going to need a miracle. I don't know if that's a relevant reference, but I think that. And a queen on the turn. No clubs for anyone involved. Coutinho looking for a 9, the last 9 of the deck. No 9, no Coutinho. Remember when you would play Contra and you would run out of Coutinhos? Game over, Sergio Coutinho, 10,060 euros.
I can't say that I've played Contra.
You've never played Contra?
Maybe once.
Huh? I didn't like it, though.
Yeah, 223rd place.
Like
Everyone just laddered up like another 1,700 euros.
After I saw the hand, yeah.
Yeah, but you have 2 sometimes. You have 2. Where are you from?
Finland.
Huh?
Finland.
Yes. Paris. France.
It's a compliment that you don't tell him directly we're in France.
Yeah. No, thank you very much.
I take it as a compliment also when people ask me where I'm from because it's so obvious usually.
Yeah, it's a compliment, yeah. Accent. Frenchy, yeah. You should guess. Maybe he's just elegant guy. Yeah?
No, also
gentleman,
you and me, I think we have the strongest accent.
Okay.
Just over 21 minutes left on the level. Probably draw for hands around 15 minutes ago, I think, is when they do it.
And now I don't care because if I put effort in the accent, I don't focus on what I say. So
it was the accent. It's too terrible. I can't do anything now. It's too late.
Very hard now, right?
Action folds around
Where
to
from, bro?
Moyo. No longer the chip leader by virtue of the fact that Jimmy Guerrero showed up with 150 frickin' big blinds.
From Milan.
Milano.
Milano.
Dario Minieri.
Minieri Roma.
Caldu, so.
Roma.
What is
Jack
he
10
doing
on the
now?
small.
He still plays sometimes?
I don't know.
I love how they just. Also, that happens with everybody else too, huh? They were like, "Oh, you're from Italy, you know, Dario Minieri."
Long time ago.
You must know Mustafa Cannon.
No, no English.
Pochissimo.
Ma io non italiano, ma me lo invento super.
Lo inventi bene.
So far, Leo's spoken English, Spanish, French, and Italian at this table. And that is goddamn impressive. So Moyo did raise King 7 on the button. Looks like Caladu He's trying to take control of this pot with Jack 10. Guerrero with Ace 4 can't really get involved.
Looks like it doesn't look as if it's an hour and 10 minutes.
You're right.
It's weird. Usually for me it's the other way around.
Yeah, So really hasn't gotten out of line so far, so it's not. It's going to be a tough King 7 to find to continue in any way.
So far.
Give me the pari.
So good.
You got 2 French on your left. Italian, eh? Relax. You got 2 French. You did.
For both. For both. I can try.
All right, gang.
If you open for 4-bet or 6-bet.
You've been asking about Spraggy all day, and I've gotten word that he is involved in a huge hand on an outer table. And he folded. Is that it? Is that what we cut to? What? Is that? That's what we... That's the Spraggy update?
And
He
you're
folds?
welcome.
Oh, my God.
Khalidou play very tight. No way, no way. Khalidou de Paris, no play tight.
Jesus.
Doesn't play tight.
Crazy.
We see your hand on the TV, by the way.
Ooh.
Aces. Aces for Scarfstead.
The ones.
I hope it was a good fold at least, Spraggy. Masterson. Not a lot of chips. This is a really terrible spot for him. It's a spot where a lot of folks are going to peel, and they're going to go with a pair a lot of the time. He's going to need more than a pair. Luckily, flops nothing. Check. The one-finger check. Puzzled says, Stapes, I live in Nottingham. Gutted I couldn't come to your show. No big deal. I like it. The thought that counts. Thanks for saying so. Masterson's still 6% to win this hand.
I'm just bummed that we still haven't had a chance to catch up so that I could hear about how your shows went.
Man, if I got quite the tail. If I got quite the tail of those shows. Scarfstead takes it down with a bet on the flop. It didn't sound very satisfying. Christian Stewart says red button on Spraggy. I don't know what that means, but Christian Stewart, I did love you in Twilight. Scarfstead under the gun with 8-7 folds. Naz asking if I'm doing a show in London. Hopefully during EPT London. Yet to be determined. I got an offer from a comedy club here in Barcelona to do a show. But I told them I work very late, and they said, well, we can give you a 1 a.m. slot. What time is it right now? After 1 a.m.
That's a no-go, huh?
That's a no-go. Guerrero, ace-queen on the button, and is going to get a reverse walk.
Okay, so apparently my line wasn't very good. We are way under.
If you remember, I did say 2-1-9.
Nice try.
Caleb says, Joe, would you PokerStars fire you if you said, oh, almost said it. Nice try. But I am not saying, oh, I almost said it that time too.
And we start our 550 load online. 5,000 total women, 10,000, 5,000, below starting.
Was the blinds going up in a different event? Kimo Kirko, one of the funnest names to say. Sorry, thinnest names to say. Raising ace-5 suited. The sourdough. Yes, smashed you, bro. I did see some other shows in Edinburgh. Liked them all. Caladu. More like Calad. Don't take your time here.
Yeah, 8-7 is a hand that can pique one's interest, and looks like gonna take it as a 3-bet against an under the gun open.
That's your sec.
360.
Jimmy. Jimmy's got King Jack. Jimmy's going in the tank. Jimmy's contemplating a cold 4. Jimmy's mucking his hand. And the short stack, Oscar Massison folds. Margetts folds. Scarfstad, yuck. Back to Kirko. This is a hand a player will 4-bet every once in a while. But not this time. So gets away with that one. Joe, what would you rate your poker skill on a 1 to 10 scale? I don't know, 4?
No.
Whoever said only PokerStars logos are allowed at the table is incorrect. As long as they're a legal and regulated site and the logo is of a legal size, other logos are allowed at the table.
We are approaching the hour of the night where they will be drawing for hands pretty soon, and it's always important to make sure you... Ooh.
What a dork. I like it when a very cool-looking person does something human.
Just a
and
fumble.
Normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I like when a cool guy has to move fast. Like, you ever seen a cool guy trying to cross the street when everyone's waiting and doesn't realize there's a car coming, and he's like, zoinks, and then has to start running?
But usually they look pretty cool doing that still, actually.
Have you ever seen a cool guy almost fall backwards in their chair? There's nothing you can do to look cool. You, like, flap your arms.
That's why I never lean back in my chair. I'm deathly afraid of that happening to me. I just refuse to let it happen.
Blind on blind to the flop. Pair of 4s for Kirko. Fuyo Couch asking some fun movie questions, but I think we're going to focus in on these last few hands here, but I do appreciate it. The person asking what does drawing for hands mean? So rather than let the clock run out where people can stall or sort of, you know, try to make it to the day by like just tanking forever, they just stop the clock and they draw a number, and it's usually a 2, a 3, or a 4. And if it's a 2, they play 2 more hands. If it's a 3, they play 3 more hands. If it's a 4, they play 5 more hands. I don't know why they skip 4 like that, but queen on the turn.
Je sais pas, tu me demandes. Ça peut être une vie un peu jeune, je sais pas. Par sécurité. Dis-moi.
Elle pleure pas quand elle va avec des inconnus?
Non, elle est sociable, très sociable. Ouais, c'est cool.
Elle arrête de se connaître, elle en forme 3 mètres, 4
Check, check
Ouais,
to
mais
the
là,
river.
c'est
It's a
du
jack.
Bunty, là.
2 pair for
Il est bon, monsieur
Kirko.
Bunty aussi.
Yeah, Scarfstead has the type of hand that you want to get to showdown. And Kirko didn't really have enough to go for value until this river.
Il y a un truc à circuit sur la peau. Et après, il y a encore un truc à
Okay,
peau.
that announcement there.
Il y a les bounties, tout ça, à barrière. Les mystery bounties,
Is
il y a
the one indicating that the clock is about to be paused. The clock is paused.
C'est quoi? Pourquoi?
Je suis occupé, je travaille.
And Scarfstad has tried a scarf stab at this pot for 15K. It is certainly not going to work. Thank you, Tom, for helping me out with that timeout.
D'Amérique du Sud. Ouais, tu vois, tous les footballeurs, ils en boivent. Mais en fait...
4 hands. 4 more hands until the end of day 2.
Eux, ils le boivent, mais c'est...
Which is coincidentally the number of glasses of whiskey I'm going to have to drink tonight to go to sleep after this.
Are you on a bad sleeping schedule here?
No, it's just that, you know, I got to be up and with it. I mean, I know I don't seem like it to do these streams. And I can't just, like, go to bed.
Do you feel like after commentary, your brain doesn't shut off right away, similar to if you were playing?
It takes hours.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to join you for at least the first class.
Okay, cool. Who's paying? Because that's going to seriously determine what kind of whiskey I have.
Your button.
We can include it in the dinner I owe you. It's fine. We can add it on. Because it's been so long. We could do whiskey as interest.
It's the first time the table
You owe
passed
me a
so
lot
fast
more
for me.
interest
Usually
than a glass
it
of whiskey.
So Kirko raises.
It went fast.
It doesn't get a call.
Normalement, c'est super long.
4 hands to go.
Ouais, mais c'est parce qu'il faut qu'on parle. C'est parce que c'est... On met de l'ambiance, c'est cool. Là, à un moment, des fois, c'est lent, ouais. C'est pas bien quand c'est lent, personne parle. Ça me fatigue. À part la table finale, tu vois, la table finale, c'est normal, mais...
J'aime pas.
Moi, j'aime pas quand...
être en table TV.
Moi non plus.
Trop le rythme.
Et normalement, et aussi, parfois, les gens
Yes, Tom. Get them. Get them, Tom.
Et tu dois faire attention.
Tu dois rajouter ce facteur.
Qui va être chaud, qui va être blue. Yeah.
Les gens le sauront à la télé.
Mais et parfois, les gens...
sont très...
They become bipolar. It's like, right?
T'as dit quoi?
Parfois, les gens qui sont super neat, super... And on the TV table, they become Dr. Jekyll.
C'est souvent, c'est boring. T'as des gens, ils sont boring. Ils sont ennuyeux. Tu comprends?
I don't read comments like this often, but...
Oh, what is it?
Antithesis says, Maria never pays the bill, Joe. She's a goddess. And to that, I want to say... I mean, not that Maria is not a goddess. If only it worked that way. Maria always pays the bill. Like, always.
I like to treat my friends.
Yes.
And I also feel like it's a good thing, right? I feel like a lot of times we're celebrating something or...
Yes, it is very difficult for Maria cashes a poker tournament for 150K for me to be like, let me get this one.
En plus de ça, tu dois te dire s'il se level ou pas, s'il est...
Ah ouais,
c'est à la boule.
Ace on the turn, finally somebody hits something here. Top pair for Moyo.
Leveling game, yeah.
I mean, you guys don't know the things that Stapes has done for me throughout our years of friendship. The man brought me canes to my final table. Well, before my final table.
Did I really?
You don't even remember.
I do not remember
You
that.
don't remember this? Well, either way,
I've done so many great things for people
now,
in my life that...
Ça peut être la parano, hein. Ouais, je sais pas. C'est compliqué.
It is strange that the English only at the table rule is not being enforced right now, but it's very late.
Non, tu parles bien français.
Non, mais avec rouillé.
Yeah, this is a very blatant violation of this rule.
Mon anglais, il est rouillé totalement.
Not to mention, there's actually a pretty significant
Yeah.
pot going on. Just the talking in general is distracting, let alone, you know, allowing
Well, it's less
them to
distracting because no one understands them.
like, I mean, possibly.
It's a very big problem
So,
for me.
Scarfstead,
I live in London
once
5
again,
years.
taking a scarf stab into a much stronger hand.
London is horrible to
I
learn.
watch French TV.
And it's so many people from everywhere that it's hard to... Where do you live in London?
Parson Green. You know Parson Green?
I live, not anymore, I know, but...
10 minutes Stamford Bridge. You know Stamford Bridge?
Board pairs on the river, and I guess if Scarfstead wanted to bet again and made a significant bluff here, it might work.
Yeah, the only problem that I see is that Scarfstead can't rep a whole lot, you know, outside of having a set on the flop and, you know, top two, like a hand like ace-king on the turn. Are there going to be many hands where he bets flop and bets turn and is willing to bet this river? Because it feels like Scarfstead, I'm sorry, it feels like Moyo would have a lot of king X's here, right? So, I mean, it does look like he's going for it, but you also get a little less credit, of course, when you open the button. You're not just going to get...
Well, Scarfstead is going for it.
I was just saying that when you open from late position, you're just not going to as easily get the credit for having good hands.
But can't you have king 7 here?
But do you bet the turn? Do you bet the flop and the turn with king 7 once the ace comes?
No.
Okay. So given the action...
I mean, I would.
So given the action, you know, like I said, it makes it feel like it's much more polarized to boats or nothing, right? Still doesn't take away from the fact that this is a very ballsy play to make, especially kind of late in the night. People lock it down. People just want to bag their nice stack going into day 3. Moyo
does make the call and is going to win a significant pot nearing the end of day 2. Moyo up to 725,000, nipping at the heels of Jimmy Guerrero.
I mean, I like that Scarfstead went for it, and I like that Moyo made a good call. I think all around, kudos.
Cardi, give credit where credit is due. Cardi says his line makes no sense. He bet pot on the turn. I think that's kind of what Maria was saying. So we are hand number 2 of 4 now. That was hand 1? That was like an hour.
By the way, guys, I'm definitely taking the under on Maria's line of 200.
Yeah, no shit.
And what was your line, Joe? 229? Yeah, I'm taking the under on that as well. So in summary, I win.
Get lost.
Here, have a Snickers.
Where are these mythical Snickers?
They're in that room right before this room.
I've seen a bag of mini Twixes, like the kind of the fun size ones.
I would have had those instead if I knew.
In England, they call them Marathon Man bars after the Dustin Hoffman movie.
Because they take your teeth out.
It gives you cavities. Masesson trying desperately to double up or go home before the end of day 2. Ace tray.
Another almost double up.
The Masesson obsession.
Call me.
Tomorrow. Mess on ass.
Tomorrow?
It's a visual image that none of us need.
It could be mustard.
Yes, Joe. It could be mustard.
There's 2 guys in chat right now who are absolute stans for Oscar Masesson, and I love it. They will not shut up about him.
Masesson, more like Masterson, am I
That's
right?
right. More like master class. All right, penultimate hand.
I'm here for it.
Quite literally. Were you talking that whole time and your mic was on? Okay.
I don't think I actually said much. I think I was talking about Snickers and candy bars. Nobody missed anything important.
And so to bed. That's exactly what will be happening in 5 minutes' time.
It's really nice for the players to all sit at the table and wait for the 30 minutes stream to end so we can all walk out together.
If you don't talk before, you raise.
All right, this is it. Last hand of the night. Last hand of the night.
It's Jack.
Lucky board.
Jimmy G in the small. Oscar Masterson in the big.
Oh, people coming here?
Oh, you'll be blind the last hand.
Oh, yeah. That's unlucky, yeah. Whatever.
That's not fair. But I will accept to be.
That's life.
Once again, your tournament will be coming back tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Main event, at
12 o'clock?
At 12.
12 o'clock?
No, 2 o'clock.
Why is Jimmy Guerrero making these noises?
He's excited to make day 3.
Oh, man, hey, don't imagine your life. Man, hey, look. Stop. I know why you
What?
Hey, can you do same? Can you do same?
Moyo folding ace-9 of hearts
Okay, man,
in the cutoff because Jimmy Guerrero basically talked him out of it.
I saw one cut, all in.
Oh, wow, jeez.
No pity, no
I guess it makes
poker,
sense
no
with Masterson's stack size, but
I saw this one.
good fold.
DV? No, for the DV.
No, show the second.
I folded big end.
Wow.
Oh.
That's a good end.
All right, one more hand.
No choice.
No choice.
Allez-y. Oh, c'est 2 piques là, c'est trop. Vas-y, on veut jouer encore là, on veut jouer. We want to play. Please. We want to play, guys. Oh, we want to play.
It's been a long day, guys, and clearly it's taken its toll. We've broken the players. But yes, they are going to be back for day 3. Everyone who survived, all 212 of them get to bag and tag, and we will kick off our action tomorrow afternoon. The players return at 12. We're on air at 12:30. Of course, broadcasting cards up on a 30-minute delay. So these are the stacks of the players we are watching on the main stage. Blinds tomorrow will be 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante. Another 6 levels of poker to be played. Another 12 hours of action for you to watch on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for your company over the last 13 hours.
You're welcome.
A reminder of the prize money on offer in this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. 1.7 million for the winner. That was confirmed earlier on. The single biggest slice of the 11.1 million euro prize pool. As the days go on, the prize money will go up. We'll pay out those really big sums on Sunday when we stream the final table. Of course, you'll find a summary of all the day's action on the PokerStars blog. Plus, those guys are across other fun stuff happening here at EPT Barcelona. And we have more streaming for you. Day 3 of this EPT Barcelona main event starts tomorrow at 12:30 local time. We will see you then, late today in fact. Until then, from Nick Walsh, Lex Veldhouse, Griffin Bencher, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night, or more accurately, good morning from Barcelona.
There's these two faces inside, one laughs and the other cries.